Hey, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第200天. It is day 200. So today is the day where we're gonna do a tentative take at the end of the session, not before we get through our lessons. There were quite a few characters yesterday of concern, and Gu was solid. Gu Ding, right? Gu Ding, the regular or fix or solid in a different way, more of a figurative way, I suppose. Gu Ding. Zhi is of. Zhi something. It was Zhijian, between or in between, of between, and we can use zhi yi for one of. That's a way to remind. And I think it's okay. Oh, I think I'm missing a stroke actually. Missing a stroke, yeah, I'm missing those strokes. G for to lift up. Zhong. Oops. Oh, Ji Zhong. To lift weights. Okay. Those are the ones from yesterday. Okay. Get to it.
翻译
Okay. Turn over. Yi. Totem, capturing, translate. So Fun Yi, to turn over, to translate. To translate something is to take its original and turn it over into a target language, yeah. Fun Yi. 这是一本翻译的小说 novel， 那个小说。
翻译疗养
疗 is cure. Yang is to nurture or raise. To cure, to raise, to recuperate. Okay. Actually, I kind of want to look at. This doesn't quite get to it. Oh, Liao Yang. To convalesce? Oh, I haven't seen. That's a little. That's a little fancy. To convalesce. I think it's okay for it to recover. That's fine too. Good enough. 它需要一段时间来疗养。Okay. Self-explanatory.
疗养，缓慢，
缓慢 slowly, slow. Yeah. Or unhurried, slowly. 动作缓慢。动作 is motion or action. Okay. Okay. 动作。Oops.
缓慢，解释，
也是 tie, untie, or solve, untie or solve. 是 that's the droppings to explain. Yeah, solve or explain. To untie, to explain. Makes sense. Untying something. 可以请你请可以请请你可以请你请你解释一下吗？ Wait, I'm kind of curious how they do 请 here.
可以请你解释一下吗？
请你 yeah. 可以请你解释一下吗？
解释，
That's kind of I like that one. 解释
纯净水，
纯净水，全 pure 净pure water. Okay, purified water or clean, I guess. Clean. Purified water. Pure clean water. 我每天都喝纯净水。纯净水。
纯净水，翻译，
纯净水。
纯净水，
缓慢，
缓慢，解释，
也是。This one's kind of weak.
疗养，
疗养。Okay. To treat. 治疗。 cure and cure or to govern. Oh, that's interesting. That's why I keep thinking of cure, because cure and govern. Actually, is cure as an alternative? No, it's not. Hmm. It's from the G. It's also G. 治疗. Okay, 治疗. To treat, that's fine. Is an illness to use medicine and other things to govern it into something. Yeah, that's too much. That's just to treat. Fine. 医生正在治疗病人。
医生正在治疗病人。
病人 Whoops. I did more of a half tone there. 病人。
治疗
or to
缓
treat.
和
缓和 slow peace or slow harmony, unhurried harmony, to ease, to alleviate. Interesting. I'm not sure if that's how I interpret it, alleviate. Oh, that type of ease. Okay. Yeah. All right. 缓和 Okay. 缓和衰方的紧张情绪 So 缓和 ease both ease. Oh no, that's not strong. That's not strong. That's wait, that is no, that's strong. 双方. So ease, two ways of tension feeling force. Okay, so just tension force, which is still tension. Ease the tension between both sides. I see. Oh, both, instead of both ways, both sides. Okay, I see. Oh, okay. That might not be the most readable to me. Okay. This whole fat phrase here for tension, like tension force, is interesting. Sure. 紧张 This is stretch. 紧张 What were you? Tight stretch tension. Okay.
缓和
缓和 Okay.
医疗
Yep. That is most definitely medical treatment. Doctor to cure or medicine is what the doctor gives you in order to cure you. Okay, medical care. 医疗费用很高。费用 But that's more like I'll leave it at that. I'm not gonna touch that. I'm thinking of it from not the perspective of like fees in terms of the money, but the fees of providing medical treatment. That's usually what I think about. It's all of the above. And before someone comes in
咸鱼
and say like, oh, but we have, you know, so and so insurance and stuff, so it's still costing people things. Treating things costs more than having healthy people. So I'll leave it at that. But generally speaking, having healthy exercise, like having healthy behavior, decision making, lifestyles and stuff, that ultimately costs less than any form of medical treatment. Just it's one of those, in my opinion, often cognitive dissonance with people when they say, well, I'm not paying anything for it, so therefore it's free. Like, nothing's free in this world. Things consume resources. What is a low costing to you means that someone else is paying for it, or you and other people are paying for it. So the system works because you're inputting some sort of payment. The idea is, on an individual level, you might not feel it, but on a communal level or societal level, it is felt always. Because resources are not free. It's kind of like, as a fun anecdote, someone coming to you and say, oh, I don't pay for utility, it's free, so therefore I'm not contributing to the consumption of energy. It's like, well, energy comes from somewhere. It's not free, it's free to you, right? 咸鱼 咸鱼. Sometimes I write 3 for fish. I'm not sure if that's a thing or not. 咸鱼, yeah, no. 咸鱼 咸鱼 what is Halliburton words? I should know this. What is this? Oh, it's probably tall. Yeah, tall. What tall? Something. It came up a couple times already. What tall? Something like how Liang or something. 咸鱼的味道. Oh, yen. Dang it. Oh, yen. Okay.
咸鱼
咸鱼
带上
带上 that's one of the questionable ones. 带上. So to put on is fine. Yeah. To put on above. This is complimentary. Or no, supplementary character. To put on something rest above your skin. Yes. Okay. 戴上了太阳镜 sunglasses.
带上
Okay.
治疗
治疗 Okay.
缓和
缓和 Okay.
带上
带上 okay. What? Oh. I used the other salt. Oh.
医疗
医疗
咸鱼
言语 Alright, salted fish. Whoops. I've got the ED.
注释
注释 Zhu was pour. I think pouring requires a different explainer. 注释 to pour, to explain. Annotation. That's fair. I feel like annotation. Annotation. Yeah. Annotate. It's annotation. An explanation is fine. Explain. Maybe like adding. Explain. Yeah. It's like adding a explainer for like to annotate something is to add an explainer to like an illustration or a text. 看下面参看下面注释参看下面注释 Yeah, so the annotation at the bottom of like a diagram or something.
注释纯净
纯净 which was part of 纯净水 pure and clean, still pure and clean. 这是一瓶纯净的水 Okay.
纯净咸菜
咸菜 salted vegetables 我喜欢吃咸菜
咸菜
Me too
甲
甲 armor armadillo armor nice 甲 okay. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the auditorium where he is helping organize the stage props for a new show. Okay, unfortunately they can't find the suit of armor that they need, so Jimmy takes out an armadillo from the belly of his robot dog and shoots it with his ray gun. Poof, it turns into a suit of armor since armadillos are like 99% armor already. That's fine. That's fine. I'll take it. Fingernail. Oh, finger armor. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's good. 指甲 suit of armor. Is it for the chest? That's not a chest. What is that? I don't have a reference for that. Okay.
甲羽
羽 Wa feathers 羽 Yuki is in the back. Okay, in the basement of the house, covered in feathers. He accidentally used the grow feathers card while cleaning things in the basement. He looks like a gigantic humanoid bird. Could have summoned a bird and then feathers went all over and he's just covered in feathers from the bird. What's a good bird in Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't know, some sort of griffin. This probably will do well enough. Maybe like an albatross or something. Alright, I got you. Badminton. Oh, I can kind of see where it's coming from. Yimao. Yeah, Yimao. Yimao Qiu. Yimao Qiu. Feather, fur, ball. Yeah. Yimao. For feathers. Okay, so that's how they get the companion thing. I see. Yurong. Fu. Down jacket. So everything's all feathers. Yeah. Yurong. I don't have a rong. Interesting. Down. Down feathers is. Oh yeah, Yurong. Well, that's got to be down, but honestly, I'm not too sure what down feathers mean. Down feathers are the soft, fluffy under layer of feathers. Oh, that explains the down part. Okay.
雨
Okay. The more you know.
注释
Oh, sure.
甲
Okay. Ah, I missed the N.
咸菜
Tie. Okay.
雨
Okay.
纯净
Okay. All right. Booklet. Satsu. Obviously Satsu. Tuh. Huh. Okay. All right. I don't think I've ever had. Is this my first? So I think it might be. Oh no, wait. It's not my first. It's my second. The other is wicked. It's measure. I want to say there's something here. Oh. Ah, man. I'll see it when I see it, though. Something long, like a sword. No, it's more than a sword. Dang it. Oh, shellfish. Was it something like... Oops. Yeah, that's it. That's tuh. Or no. It could be... Ooh, Okay, well it's one of them. I'll go over that in the future. I'll go over that in the summary, in the the review at the end of the tentative takes. The 200-day review. Something that is unique to HanziHero's thing. Actually quite helpful compared to Wanikani. Or it's just absent in one. Casper is in the bathroom of the electricity plant. He sits on top of a toilet reading a booklet about how electricity is powered by ghosts. It is a booklet that only ghosts know about. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Maybe just a booklet about how electricity is made, or because ghosts really have no need for electricity. That's a little bit more in line with what I think. 手册 handbook makes sense. 画册 an album. Oh, okay, so it can be used. Huh. That makes sense. Maybe it also can be used for no. I can think of a different thing for album. Like this might be specific for like a drawing album or a photography album or something.
册
So, okay. Oops.
丑
I just typed bootlet. Chol. Clown. Wait. It's a messed up 5. Alright, a clown. Let's see. This component is a universal symbol for a clown. If you look closely, it looks somewhat like a penguin. Oh, okay. Yeah. Looking to the left. Okay. With its 2 fins raised horizontally. It is well known that penguins are the most clownish animal. Hence why all clowns use this universal symbol. Okay, that can't be it, right?
丑
Okay, tall. All right. It's been a while since we started the first component with the character being the only thing. These ones are rough because there's not any other context with them other than our foundational read stuff. Charlie Brown is in the basement of the bakery where a clown is trying to make him laugh. The clown juggles some croissants and then slips and falls into a pile of flour. Charlie Brown just sits there frowning. The clown, annoyed, throws a croissant at him. That's fine. That actually works pretty well. In the basement. I guess. In the basement. Okay.
丑
Oh. Alright.
乙
E. Okay. And this was the example that that Zao gave, where he's like, if you take these shapes have a specific sound to them. And I would say yes and no. But it is very helpful, and I'll talk more about that a little later today. The second, yeah. What did they use? Oh no, they didn't. Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, this is second for the component as well. What was this used for? HanziHero self? Curious. Okay. Another one that is right on top of each other. That's a typo. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, that isn't. It just needs an apostrophe. Or no, not really. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so there are two Yoshis in the basement of the house. Right? Playing rock, paper, scissors. Oh, okay, I see what you're completing one round every second, except that they are competing to lose. For some reason, they think second place is best. I mean, that's kind of funny. Seems like a Yoshi thing. There's multiple Yoshis. I just say one's like green, one's green and one's blue or something. Just imagine them in the house, in the basement. Level B. Feature. That's fine. Second level. Level B. Alright.
以为
Way. Committee. Interesting. That looks very suspiciously okay. Gotta make sure I don't mess this up with others. Oh wait. Alright. Grainstock and woman or committee. Walter White is in the basement of the beach house by the bay, sure, attending a beach committee meeting. He wears some swim trunks and shades and sit on a surfboard. In the basement? Okay, sure. He is one of two people in the committee. The other is a woman who is holding a grain stock, which represents the fact that she is chairperson of the committee. They're discussing how to reduce the amount of good stuff on the circulating on the beach. Walter is clearly there undercover and aims to sabotage. Okay, okay. Alright. Grain stock. Alright. I'll bite. I'll bite. Committee member. Makes sense. Wei Yuan. Oh, no, Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan Hui. Makes sense. Oh, wait. Less sense, but I'm okay with that. No Tuo. One. Wei Wan. Tactful. How the heck? wait. That one is not the same one I'm thinking of. To get to that eventually.
为
Okay.
丑
What? Oh, I typed you and so you.
为
Okay.
侧 以
Alright. Okay. Ooh, pardon me. Mildly tired. Okay. Oh, alright. 159. That's creeping. It's creeping up. Okay. Okay.
宝贝，
他抱着可爱的宝贝入睡了。
宝贵，
时间是一种非常宝贵的资源。
Oh no. I'm thinking of Japanese too much because today we had a problem on utagao. Oh no. Oh, what is the Oh, okay.
迟疑，
他从不迟疑。
疑问，
这个计划充满了疑问。
Oh, that's just doubt. That's fine. Doubt and suspicion are very similar.
惊喜，
这个消息真是一个惊喜。
吃惊，
我被这个消息吃惊了。
厘米，
书桌80厘米高。
镜头，
这个镜头很贵。
Oops.
垃圾袋，
我们需要更多的垃圾袋。
Couldn't think of it. Oh, I know what happened.
眼镜，
他买了一副眼镜。
儿童，
我们需要保护儿童。
Oops. What? Oh.
童年，
我在想着我的童年。
Childhood. That's not what I meant to.
陪，
Childhood.
纵，可疑，
这个包裹看起来有点可疑。
What? Oh, I missed the A. Hi.
擦，晒，鱼，镜子，
他从镜子里看到了你。
寒假，
寒假我要去旅行。
县城，
县城的风景很美。
宝石，
这颗宝石非常珍贵。
腐败，
政府腐败了。
湾，草帽，
我们到海边时都戴着草帽。
赞，竹，干粮，
他带了一些干粮去登山。
呃呃哦
孩子，
呃 Whoops, wrong tone.
马戏，
马戏表演非常精彩。
区，
I guess that could be wealth. Oh, it could be happiness as well. Hmm. Okay.
躺平，
在床上躺平真是太舒服了。
去，
Dang it. It's all of the above. They're relatively. Oh, whoops. That's not. I did not read that properly. I gotta think about it. I get those mixed up.
分，农，宽广，
他有一颗宽广的心。
递给，
请递给他这封信。
特殊，
这是一个特殊时刻。
That's fine. Dang it. Gut feeling failed.
塑料，
塑料对环境不好。
What? Oh, moo? How did I type moo instead of woo? Okay. What? Huh.
敌人，
敌人藏在暗处。
守旧，
他爸爸很守旧。
What? Oh no, that's not Sha, it's Boo. Alright, that's my bad. It's definitely my bad.
辣妹，
辣妹总是让我心碎。
无所谓，
我觉得无所谓。
包括
税金不包括在内。
不均，
工作分配不均。
Or unequal. It's fine.
圆，
Dang it! Gut feeling failed. Gotta think about it. Hmm.
塑料袋，
我想买一个塑料袋。
辩论，
我讨厌看辩论。
Guitar? Oh.
桶，
Oh no. Oh no. Wait.
扩展，
他们扩展了他们的计划。
Expand? Okay. Spread is fine. Expand. Oh, that's not. That's not it.
缩，
Hmm. Whoops. I'm still stuck on the boots. Did I not type? Hmm.
抄录、
抄录文字可以帮助记忆。
成、
有了。
提炼、
提炼金属需要高温。
提炼。What was 炼？哦，提炼。Improve and refine are very similar. Okay.
绝望、
在绝望中，他找到了希望。
十、
I don't know what's happening here. Oh, I do know what's happening here. I do know what's happening there.
冲、 赏识、
老师赏识他的努力。
Appreciate. Yeah.
志、 助、 夫妇、
这对夫妇已经结婚10年了。
What? Oh no. Just like it when you hit a blank. YOLO? Okay, that doesn't work.
归、
Oh, it is. There it is. Utah.
预测、
你无法预测未来。
It was Saber. Okay. I thought it might have been Caliper, but It's largely because I was thinking of measure. This type of measure. Okay. Yeah, it's can be like predict. Okay. Hmm. I don't know right now.
时尚，
巴黎的时尚很有名。
Well, that didn't work. What? We'll think about that later. Okay. Why can't I think about what you are? I want to say no, that doesn't exist. No, that wouldn't work either. I don't know what is keeping me from. Oh, wait, maybe it's yeah.
羊，火冒三丈，
他因为错过了火车而火冒三丈。
圆圈，
这幅画有许多彩色的圆圈。
刷，
Uh-oh. Oh no. I lost it. It's gone. Wait. I got it back.
智，
Is that not?
温室，
在温室里种橙子。
I think I hit 2 instead of 1, right? 温室. Dang. I wasn't so sure about that one.
秘密，
我承诺保守这个秘密。
Not anymore anyways.
大腿，
我的大腿痛。
老婆，
我老婆很漂亮。
帽6万
3万加3万等于6万。
国家
美国是一个国家。
项目
我们正在讨论下个项目的计划。
项目 or project. Okay. What? Oh, it's a little bit before that. I lost it. I had it and I lost it. It's gone. Now we gotta get it back. How do we get it back? Yeah, it's totally gone. Dang it. I can't think of anything at the moment.
热闹
Oops.
这个公园周末总是很热闹。
Need to silence. Huh. Hot and bothered. I'm not sure how the hot and bother
全
works. I really thought this was... How am I... Oh. That's fine. And...
怀抱
他在爷爷的怀抱中睡着了。
Did this come back to me? Not really. Let's take a jab at it though. It's not that. Just hot making noise. I don't know, like lively. Okay. This is
洗礼
really
洗礼仪式，
井
I don't want to type warning. Or do I? What else could what else? I don't know what they want for this. Police? Oh, it's warning as well. Fine. You just want to go straight to police. That's fine. Uh-oh. Ah! It's probably because of the right thing, right? It's not that thing. Xiao. It's definitely the right character. This is a hiccup. Lu. Okay. That's fine. Did it make any... It's not a separate character. Oh, it's not a separate character. I'm not
西瓜
I'm not
我喜
concerned
欢
about
在
that.
阳光下吃西瓜。
If I lose it, I lose it. It's a hiccup.
吃中
Ooh.
雨
That's one of the ones that were can be clustered. You can be clustered with G from yesterday.
冰箱
从冰箱里拿一罐啤酒。
家具
我喜欢木质家具。
9000
9000美金太贵了。
I wrote it that way. That's interesting.
皮品质
这家餐厅的食物品质非常高。
Yeah, quality goods, like it's good. It's good quality, good goods. Good goods.
独特
它有一种独特的风格。
事实
我们不能否认事实。
It's facts, but historical facts, which is still facts. Okay. Facts are historical. Most of the time, something has already happened, therefore, they're facts. Like data is observed in the past. I don't associate like predictive stuff with facts. That's a prediction. Hmm.
答案
他知道问题的答案。
What? Oh. Okay, it's fine. Hmm.
还
Uh. Uh.
既定
我们有一项既定的协议。
Oh no, I lost it. Eating. Hmm. Yeah, this is a established fix. It still must. Oh my. It's fine. Fix, regular, set, established, must, already in place, that type of thing. They're all kind of like all in there. The feeling is still there. And then I thought I knew what this was. And now I don't. Oh. No. I'm thinking of something else and I keep typing the wrong thing.
透
That's a weak one. Not bad, though. There.
裹足不前
他裹足不前，无法做出决定。
Like hesitate to proceed. Oh, okay. That's I wasn't aware that's what they were using. Is that pie? Oh no. This is yeah, right? Oh, no. Wrong.
以
This was weak. Already knew that. I don't actually know what they use for that.
下游
他住在下游，
咖啡
it does it just circumvent? Okay, that's fine. Those are rare, where the component is a concept, is an adjective. Most of the time they're like nouns, objects to be used. So not sticking to that for that one is kind of interesting. There are like 4 or 5 things that are not noun, adjectives, or like something very non-conceptually promiscuous. Long is conceptually promiscuous, so usually I don't default to that, and that's kind of the opposite of Wanikani. I think Wanikani tends to be incredibly conceptually promiscuous with their stuff. It's less mind palace. It's less conducive for mind palacing. More on that in a bit. We're almost there. We're like 2/3 the way there. It's something I want to talk about for the wrap up. And maybe I could utilize it in some way else.
微笑
请停止微笑。
I guess that's just a smile, huh?
取代
我们必须取代旧的电脑。
Replace. I think we're okay with that. Or maybe not. No, that's definitely correct. Lee will require a loiter? No. Thought this was... What is this? Right. Oh, yes.
排列
请把书籍排列好。
Guess we can use a range. Okay.
视觉
视觉记忆。
视觉记忆 To look at, feel. Oh no, don't tell me it seems. It's probably seems. YOLO? Okay, that didn't work. Okay, it's not seems. Oh, that's vision. It's probably vision. Something like that. It's like feeling with the eyes. It's like the feeling of looking at something. This one sucks. And I want to say, if it sucks, all else fails its way.
味
Yeah, okay. Yep. That'll do it, alright. That'll do.
类似
类似这样的例子。
Okay, that's fine. Ah! Wrong, I swear it's... Isn't it like print? Oh. What? Oh. I'm messing it up.
印
What the heck is this? A candlelight? I don't remember what they want for that. Like a candlestick? Oh, it's probably a candlestick, not a candlelight.
类 城市
你住在大城市吗？
围墙
我家后院的围墙。
or enclosing walls. Okay. Candlestick. Let's go. Cattlestick. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to type. Okay. How do I screw this up?
意义
我的工作没有意义。
没有意义。意义。Oh, significance. Yeah. Meaning. Okay.
肚皮
我的肚皮痒。
Oh. Oh, that's a typo.
教室
我在教室里学习。
What? is
中秋节，
中秋节时你应该吃一些月饼。
比赛，
我觉得我们会赢得比赛。
that's how I remember B. I don't know, Sai. How did I screw this up? Typo.
被子，
我的被子是蓝色的。
And I like cover. Oops. I meant to type quilt and I typed quite. Uh,
跑步，
我每天都跑步。
明显，
他的意图很明显。
活，
ah! Wait. Oh. Whoops. Okay. I want to add the word cover. I like cover. Cover is good. Cover is nice.
吃苦，
他挺能吃苦的。
What incarnation? I think this was like discombobulated Gorman. It's dismembered, but all I can think about is the word discombobulated.
红色，
那个红色的行李箱。
Okay.
泳衣，
这条泳衣很漂亮。
What? Oh, no, no, no.
弟弟，
他是我的弟弟。
Wait, oh.
操作，
请操作这台机器。
路，
Oh, Katon. I screwed up.
背，
Sorry. Oh, that's back. It's fine.
卡通，
我喜欢看卡通。
Oh. Yeah, that's what I figured.
或， 成熟，
桃子快成熟了。
I'm having a blank. Hmm. 快成熟。It's kind of like to change or ripen. Oh, it's ripen. Yeah, yeah. Oh, to mature is good, actually. I'm just gonna use change, I think. That's fine. Turn into something that, like, to change into something, like, better. Or it's often better, but ripen, like, to come to fruition. To turn into fruition. Okay. Uh...
使
Dang it! Hone. Hone. What in the world? It's usually the simple ones, I tell you. What is YOLO? That didn't help.
指
Not sure yet.
挂号
我想要挂号看医生。
Oh, rip. I went for it.
虫子
园里有许多虫子。
压迫
这个政府压迫人民。
红茶
这是一杯美味的红茶。
Black test. Sorry. I'd like to mature. Mature is good.
牙医
我昨天去看牙医了。
Why do I stop on you? YOLO. Oh yeah, I don't know. Hang on. I gotta think about it. What is this? Do they go straight? No, they don't. I feel like it's... Yeah, Jeller. Okay. Oh no.
无限
知识是无限的。
Why do I want to write... No. That doesn't work.
带 草地
我家房前有一片草地。
Maybe a lawn or a meadow.
补考
为补考做准备。
Ooh, call. Wait. Oh. What? Oh no, it looks similar. Dang it. I was going for...
肚子
它有一个巨大的肚子。
Man. Hmm.
苏 良好，
良好的睡眠对身体很重要。
关，
Yeah, it's 200. We're gonna cover some stuff soon. We're in the end of stuff. Um,
喊，列，
Ep. Ep. I have a random block on that one. Ooh, call. Test and patch up. I mean, all right, this is a block. Makeup exam. Retest. That's okay. That's fine. And then the mental block on this. I don't think it's too bad. It's definitely a lack. I think. Could be like, oh no, it could be,
吹，
yeah. And then this is just a mental block. We'll be fine. Oh wait, actually, no, it's fine. It's yeah. That's what I figured. Wait, what is it supposed to mean actually? Oh no, it's plant. Yeah. I think today is fine. Most of the stuff. We had one or two mental blocks, but we have no context clues to know what they're supposed to mean for almost all of them. Okay. Instead of going over like picking one or two of the ones over, we're just gonna go straight into our summary thing after I take a break. Right? After I do the break stuff. Alright. Let's go over this. Today's characters are scary because the characters are too simple. There's too few things to latch onto. So there's very few the characters are too simplified. Or they're too simple. Not quite as useful. How did this work? The penguin to the left, clown? Yeah. Yeah. Cho. Wei. Ce. 一一 okay okay 翻译翻译全进水或者是全进水全进水缓慢也是疗养治疗缓和I can't see you. Okay. 用上Wait. That's not. That's not what I'm looking for. Dai xiang. Oops. Yi liao. Xian 咸鱼 Okay. 注释 Right. 咸菜咸菜 Hello there, Lexi. What's up? Chinese language learning. What are you doing? Dude. 我现在学习中文，你呢？ Doing fine? 好好。What a WBY? I just said I'm studying, or we're doing we're studying traditional Chinese. Mm-hmm. And 全境. All right. So yeah, Jimmy Neutron helping out in the basement of the auditorium where there was a problem of a prop armor missing. So he takes out an armadillo. He takes out an armadillo and transforms it into a suit of armor with his ray gun. Works pretty quick. Then we have Yugi, who made his way into the basement of the house where he was working on summoning birds, right? And while he was summoning birds, he got covered in feathers. We have Charlie Brown. Right. Charlie Brown is in the basement of the bakery, maybe on like a tour. He's obviously depressed. So there's a clown in the basement who's like juggling croissants, right? Croissants to try to entertain him, but to no avail, right? So the clown just chucks a croissant at Charlie Brown. I mean, this one works really well too. Some of these work pretty well. Walter White. This one's a bit of a stretch. Walter White is in the basement of someone's beach house for a committee meeting. And leading the committee is a woman holding on to a grain stalk, right, to designate her. And they're talking about keeping drugs off the streets, off the beaches, I suppose. Then we have Casper, who is chilling in the bathroom of the electricity plant, reading a booklet about how electricity is made, because ghosts don't really need electricity. Yoshi. And then we have Yoshi, who's in the basement of all places. Chilling in their man cave, I suppose. Chilling in their man cave, hanging out with a second Yoshi, playing rock, paper, scissors. And for whatever reason, they're racing to lose the game because second seems to be better than first place. And that's it for today. I don't think we're gonna carry any of the last remaining lingering characters. I think the most lingering character would be, we'll do one today. Right. Excuse my wobbly hands. And that's Lu. Lu for land. It's probably the one that I drawn the biggest blank. Oh, the biggest blank. Yo mixed with liu was a little weird. That's known. Okay. All right. So that's a wrap for the lesson part, like the lesson and review part of HanziHero. I'm gonna quickly get up, take a bathroom break, stretch around. It is day 200. So day 200 means that we have a tentative take to do. And tentative takes are more my attempt to summarize things in the last 100 days. And it'll be like a comparison, a comparative contrast with Wanikani, kind of like the integration of the two. More on that later. It will be for the session is usually like 3 to 4 hours because we're trying to summarize like 200 to 300 hours of things. So 3 to 4 hours. I think the Wanikani thing went about 3 hours, 3 in each tier. So we'll see how that goes. I think I have the core in my head of what I want to spend most of the time on. I'll be back to explain all of that and yapped to myself, I suppose. And for anyone in the future who are interested. So for now, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, get ready for it, and yeah, be back in a bit. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. So, it is day 200. And every time 100 days roll around on a continuous project, we do a segment to attempt to review things, right? So this is what I'm tentatively referring to as tentative takes. And what this typically mean, the purpose of tentative takes are to serve as a bit of a summary, maybe like retrospection, things that are a little bit more conducive to requiring, shorter time to digest, which means that these things are non-comprehensive, right? Non-comprehensive. And they're often improvised, non-comprehensive, improvised. They serve for the purpose for me to self-evaluate. And alternatively, it serves as a summary for others if they're interested, or kind of allow me to self-evaluate and practice like streamlining my thoughts. Although they're still fairly long, because we're talking about hundreds of hours, even thousands of hours of things, trying to condense them and compress them to like 3 minutes, 3 hours. It's my attempt or compromise to shorten to catch people up, or if people want a TLDR that is less than, 1/100th of the amount of time I invested in things. This is what tentative takes are. They're usually used for my self-evaluation, things that allow me to create accountability, basically. Accountability for all the things I focus on and things that appear to me. So on top of summaries, retrospections, they're more or less highlights, current thoughts. I usually spend a week beforehand to try to come up with what the core topic is. And like most things on YouTube and anything else, right? A summary is a summary. So if you spend most of your time taking hot takes and highlights and summaries, you have to take into account that it is absolutely 100% not non-comprehensive. And it doesn't have to be comprehensive. Understanding and knowing that it is non-comprehensive allows one to pay attention to maybe some of the details that were not highlighted. The lowlights, the nuances, much like learning a language, right? And as a quicker summary of this stuff, we sectioned them into 3 separate parts nowadays for myself. The first part 1, is by the numbers. Right. And this is where we go into the facts, right? Facts often involve things that history has already happened. Stats, right? Stats or metrics. You can even file under results, right? These are the things that provide the, let's just say, the objective, observable things that people are interested in. And generally, this is what I constitute as the majority interest. When it comes to the internet, I always start with the most superficial of the understanding. This is without nuance, right? An objective, observable thing is, it's just that. What you do with it is an interpretation, right? That interpretation is subjective. So when it comes to facts, it's been 200 days since, or it's been 100 days since the last 100 days of my tentative take. That is a fact. It's been 100 days, right? Nothing's gonna change it, whether that's good or bad, long or short. This section is talking about the facts, and there's not much more to talk about in that, right? So we'll try to gather as much stats that are available for that. And then our second section is going to be personal anecdotes, right? Personal anecdotes are personal anecdotes. And this one deals primarily with things that are important to me. So I highlight what is important to me. That's kind of redundant because a highlight is important. But specifically to me. So not any other person, not other people, what's important to me. And I might provide like commentary on others. So commentary regarding other reactions, maybe. And the core focus of the personal anecdotes deal with my process. So the learning process, right? the learning process, the current learning process. That's a good emphasis because it's subject to change and it's expected to change. Not even subjected to change, it is expected to change. So the current learning process, and this would also run parallel and complementary, or maybe supplementary, to Wanikani. So either or of them will mention. It's like we're going to do some comparisons and contrast how Wanikani fits into this, but largely focusing on HanziHero. So ultimately, this would be the bulk. This would be the longest section, right? I expect it to be like 2 hours, maybe within 2 hours. This part is relatively quick. Last time I kind of went a little too ham on it. It's definitely going to be less than less than 1 hour. And then lastly, which is fairly short because I don't like making too many predictions and whatnot, but I do have some ideas that I'll probably try to implement. It's a little bit less for HanziHero because it involves starting another project and I haven't started it yet. So this is future stuff. So ultimately, we're talking about what's happening from day 200 to 300, right? And that deals with maybe somehow to implement. It's probably gonna try to implement construction, creative construction, somehow, which we started doing on Wanikani's side, because Wanikani's side is it has a weakness to solve. I don't necessarily think HanziHero is lacking in the construction side, largely because how it's structured, it allows the construction. However, I can think about other things, which maybe we'll deal with. We're probably going to deal with native homophones or homonyms, association by homonyms, and possibly meaning. More on that later. Make a conscious decision or conscious effort in doing that. Something else I mentioned before on the Wanikani side, personal anecdotes, learning process. The personal anecdote thing is that most of this stuff is exploratory. It's rarely ever focused on efficiency. So efficiency is like second priority. It's secondary. So if you're expecting like, oh, hey, learning process focused things, it's specifically about the learning process, not the results. Efficiency efficiency mindset is often thinking about the results, like how fast you went, which ultimately by the numbers will tell you if it's fast or not for a person like me, per se. But speed and like purity and testing and evaluating other people's learning process is secondary. So I'm not here to say if HanziHero is fast, good, or the one-stop shop for things. I'm here to demonstrate how my current learning process utilizes whatever HanziHero has to offer, understand what HanziHero does for me, and evaluate how I can change it or add more to it. It's so there isn't going to be the thing where you hear things like whataboutisms. There are no whataboutisms. And but is it better? But better situation. Not talking about these things. That's irrelevant to me. So you're not gonna find those things. That's a interesting. That's a very needed disclaimer. My interest is how the different ways I can learn a language and how that's inspired off of other people's approach to language learning. This is not a lesson of ego stroking full of confirmation bias to confirm what I can or cannot do or what I want to do. Is to take something and go with it and then become more with it, not focus on eliminating things and trimming things. Synergistic, not destructive or substitution, right? All right. With all that, basically we'll start with the top thing. So we're going to start with by the numbers. There's not a secondary like data site like in Wanikani's side. The community is relatively large and it's been around for many years, over 10 years. And there has been a lot of interest in harvesting numbers from the API. On the HanziHero side, there are quite a lot of statistical things offered already built in. So we're just going to use those to offer some sort of clarity on metrics, right? So by the numbers. Some stats. So we're covering stats that people tend to use as a way to cut to the gristle, cut through the gristle and get to the bone of things. The most frequently asked questions about statistics and allow the individuals to go about their way of how to use the statistics. For myself, it is the lowest, most superficial way of understanding what it is that those numbers mean. Luckily, most of those numbers do provide units, so units at least impart some sense of information. Oftentimes, people use percentages and ratios, which provide very little context because rarely am I asked, and others are interested in how the standardization works. Like, how do you standardize these numbers? You do not know that. You don't have data to standardize these numbers. You arbitrarily take standards from other people's anecdotal experience, right? Like, oh yeah, I spent a year learning this much Hanzi and it's kind of slow. It's like, compared to what? It's like, well, this person learns, like, but how did they get that number? What are the standards? What are the conditions they used? So there's rarely ever a statistic that people are interested in that are actually standardized. However, these are the numbers that they would be interested in. And I'll try my best to contextualize them so that they can be useful numbers, possibly. Right. So, I don't have a track record of the 100 period, but I can give you a rate once I go through the total. So on this day, day 200, the lesson that we just did earlier today, we have crossed so in terms of number of characters, right? This is a very common question, number of characters. And at the recording of this tentative take, we are at 1207 characters. right? And according to the layout of how they order, like how Kevin goes about the HanziHero layout, this would cover the HSK 1 through 4, which is the first 1200, right? It is partitioned into 300 characters at each HSK level up to 6. So take that for whatever it's worth. Those are the facts, right? And with these 100 characters, a lot of times people also use the words, right? Not whether they're frequent or not, because for me there's no way to measure that. Like, are they high frequency words? I don't actually know how Kevin decided to choose them, but it is loosely based on the HSK curriculum, so you can use that to some extent. And in terms of words, we have, so number of words to this day, 2,218. Right, so that's how many words. So you could roughly say there's every 2 words per character. The reason why there's slightly less than 2 words per character is we have components as well. Components are used in a manner to help us with initials. So there are things called components, and these are sort of they're analogous to radicals, but at the same time there are also, on top of that, there are sound components. And largely these are broken up into initials and finals and tone. Now, largely post 100 days, so this is by the numbers from day 100 to 200 days. Largely these come by very infrequently. It's largely every once in a while, 1 or 2 components, right? 1 or 2 components. So I'll break this down a little bit. Sounds are already completed in a sense. So this is all intents completed. Around 100 days. It's probably not exact, but we don't get new sounds. So we've covered every single combination of initials, finals, and tone in the sense of the mechanics. Now, how do we get to these numbers? So I can give you a kind of like a rudimentary timeline, right? So how are these broken down? Each day, in contrast, so this is in contrast to Wanikani, which has roughly speaking, has a workload that looks like this, right? In HanziHero, which we don't have to draw a really big one. HanziHero, so we're taking workload across time, right? Across time. It's actually just straight across. Now, how does that line up with Wanikani's workload? I think it's somewhat like this, trying to draw it somewhat proportionally. But HanziHero's workload is constant. Every single day, it's constant. with a little bit of noise. And what is a little bit of noise? There's a variance of plus or minus 10 reviews. But roughly every day, it's approximately 130 to 150 reviews. Or we'll just say approximately 130 reviews each and every single day. And there are 20 lessons each and every day. These 20 lessons now at day 200 are consistently divided into roughly 13 vocabulary and 7 characters. From occasionally there's plus or minus there's plus 1, right? Plus 1 component. And these components are what we are typically referred to as radicals. So something like a leaf or a spike or a cicada or something like that. So occasionally one of these, and it's usually introduced with the character. So the character shares a bundle with a component. So there's one component, there's only 6 characters for the day. The vocabulary stays a consistent 13. And this is always 13. So we're always learning 13 new words every single day. And then 7 new characters, roughly 7 new characters every single day from day 100 to 200. So it's completely consistent. The workload is objectively the same, technically. How it feels ranges, obviously, because there are weak ones and strong ones to me when it comes to the mnemonic devices. However, it's much simpler to describe than WaniKani's SRS workflow. Now, there is something also to project. HanziHero, unlike WaniKani, HanziHero, WaniKani operates almost roughly on a 200. If you did 1 lesson a day, it takes roughly 200 days to burn something. In HanziHero, the projection is almost a year. It's approximately 1 year. We'll say it's like 11 months. Might as well round up at that point. So 1 year is the first masters, when you master something. So we have not reached that point yet. However, one thing has to be said is you can reset at any time. Where WaniKani, you have to burn them before you can reset, I'm pretty sure. So in a way, despite waiting for the year if you want, the last distance is 3 months. The longest reach out in distances from the last time you did the review, the very last step is 3 months away, right? However, you can still group them and reset them if you want. So that's something that I'll be considering, because I don't have to wait the 3 months. I can reset at will. Meanwhile, in WaniKani's, I'm doing like an evaluation. I'm doing like an evaluation routine for just for eventually deciding which ones to res for personal use cases. So at this point, that means that there are 0 elements, words, characters, components that have left the cycle. There are 0 elements that left the cycle. 0 elements were skipped. They're all there. They're in limbo. So at this time, there are if we take all of these, right, there's a total of 300 approximately 4,000 tentative elements that I'm responsible for. So the combination of all these things, I'm responsible for at least 4,000 different elements right now. None of them are considered mastered or burned. They're there somewhere. They're gonna come up at some time, right? Now, there is another thing that people ask quite it's a lesser thing, and this one is kind of hard to track because it's not emphasized on the UI, and also I do not approach it in the same way. However, I can give some estimates. One of the things is dealing with the idea of accuracy, right? But I like to think accuracy is more, people are talking about consistency. Consistency and accuracy are not the same thing. And then more likely, when they're thinking about consistency, they're talking about precision and not necessarily accuracy. Largely because when accuracy is often shown, there are a dialogue between, oh, is accuracy important? Are you accuracy hunting? That kind of thing. It can create like a mental block, and often people say don't focus on accuracy or consider accuracy but not really use it as the end metric. Most of the time it's about maintaining consistency, and consistency deals with precision. Precision is not always accurate, so I operate on precision, not accuracy, and not secondary to accuracy as much as most people incline. And what is precision? Precision is the idea of how consistent you are at reproducing the answer that is satisfactory. And this is only the statistics. I'll break this down later. Usually, I am able to maintain anywhere from, it's roughly 98%. 98% precision. And what that means is if we take every single day, which has about 130 reviews, there will be roughly like approximately four things I will kind of get stuck on. As in, I bootstrap through them, eventually figure it out, or I find and confirm all the information is to be precise. And what that means is it's not providing, like if I drop the meaning, how precise am I with everything else around it? Occasionally there is one where I would, which I will go into a lot of time later, where it could be like I'm drawing a complete blank, and those are probably something I'll address in the future. So usually it's like slow. I think the word I'm gonna use for stuck is slow. It requires like some mental gymnastics, but often a rough estimate of my precision is 98%. I genuinely end up near the end with 3 or 4 things that I will be trying to consolidate. And the reason why I don't use accuracy is because eventually I enter the answer that they want, which then there's no measure of quote unquote mistakes, right? So there's technically no mistakes. It's not how I operate. So I don't technically use their system of review where, oh, if you get it wrong, it'll come up again more rapidly. I don't approach it that way. I approach it in which I let the item take its course, and I do everything possible to be as precise as I can with all the information. And then there will be a period in which I reevaluate eventually. I have to decide whether I just skip the last step or not. I reevaluate whether to put the items back in a specific order, which is what Wanikani does too. So that's a bit of a summary of the facts, the stuff that people come in. This is a snapshot, and they make all their assumptions and presumptions about whether it's important data or not. I genuinely oftentimes get incredibly surprised at how little information people think is sufficient to inform their decision making or understanding of another person. I think that is possibly a consequence of the internet hustle culture, where when someone says, "Oh, I learned 1,000 kanji or Hanzi in 3 months," and somehow that information allows someone to say something about anything. That is this is very minimal information. If someone told me this information, it's almost like they're telling me nothing. It's closer to nothing than it is to significance, because you can't interpret any of these numbers without actually understanding what their process is. Like this person could be doing like 400 times more processes than someone who spent a fraction of the time focusing on a different aspect that reduced the number of processes that they do. Like, for example, the numbers here does not tell you that I'm also using Wanikani, right? So when someone drops in and they're like, "Oh, how much Hanzi do you know?" It's like, "Oh, I know 500. It's like, dang, you spent 200 days only learning 500 Hanzi. It's like, is that the first assumption you make? Usually, for me, that would be a very, very bold and ballsy presumption. But now I have to be fair. If everyone is like that, if a large majority of people operate that way, then it can be constituted as social normative stereotypes. That's fairly fine, generalities as opposed to generalizations. I don't fit that criteria. So if there is some movement to alleviating the presumption that data is somehow informative without context, that would be interesting, because learning a language would most definitely teach you very quickly that it doesn't matter how much information you know. If there is no context with that information, it ceases to have application. So when people go around and say, "Oh, what HSK level are you?" When you say 3, what does that even mean anymore? Like and I'm not saying you can't explain it. I'm saying be aware of what it means. Like if someone says they're HSK1, you either have them explain more about what that means to them, because not everyone has standardized ways of measuring themselves, or you are informed enough to know what that can mean and what it can't mean. So is 2,218 words mean that I can start speaking casual conversation? I'll let you decide. I can tell you that one way to remove shred of doubt is to observe the person doing it. If they don't, that also doesn't mean that they can't. You didn't ask. You didn't measure that stuff, right? So these stuff can serve as a way to get an idea, an impression of someone's skills and whatnot. Now we're gonna move into, with that disclaimer aside, right? It's my social commentary about how people look at statistics these days, where when someone says, like, for example, Jiao says, yay, congrats on 200 days. It's great because I know what those 200 days mean to me, and I can explain what those 200 days mean to me, which is what I'm going to do now. Whether that other person knows what those 200 days mean is very much dependent on the person's ability to express and explain that. And then it also is very dependent on the other person being interested in these things. You can force them to be interested, that's fair, but it's, it's not my place to make you want to know this stuff. You should be doing, in my opinion, you should be doing this for yourself. So this is what I'm doing. I'm doing this for myself. It just happens to be very convenient to stream and record this stuff in case someone else is interested. Only your close friends and your family members may be more interested in the daily goings. But this is as far as where most people go in terms of understanding language learning, in my opinion. When they think about how well they're doing, what their process is, they often do not spend time explaining what they're actually doing and then looking at other people and being interested in that part. Because what I typically witness is when someone says, oh, I know 500 kanji or Hanzi, and that other person says, oh, I know 600, so therefore I'm ahead of you. It's like, well, no, you're probably not. It's kind of really hard to determine. And in my opinion, whoever does the generalization first is likely the person who's more ignorant than the person who doesn't go and straight up make a generalization like that, right? The evaluation of someone's knowledge based on a metric that is the end product is very spurious right now. We have apps, we have online tutors, we have so many ways now, and I've been enjoying language learning from that perspective, which is my main goal here, to illustrate there's so many ways to be interested and excited about language learning that using metrics like this, when nothing is often standardized anymore, the vast majority of people's language learning experiences are not standardized anymore. So what that is literally the opposite condition to meet to use metrics. When you have statistics and metrics, you must control for condition, and one of the conditions is the learning process. So oftentimes people, in my opinion, tend to rely on the assumption that selection is standardized. And using that, they predicate most of their emotional status to these numbers when they can't qualify if they even tell the person anything. So I'm going to echo other people's advice over time. They're a little bit more reductive than I would use, but you go at your own pace. Language learning is a journey, and it's a journey you take with you, with yourself, and possibly others. Since almost all of these things are not standardized, most of these metrics are not standardized. You don't standardize your experience at all. You take most of these things with a grain of salt and continue to better yourself as you're doing the task that you're enthusiastic about. In the long run, the vast majority of people will come to that realization, largely because that would be the most reasonable response for being unable to measure one's progress in a standardized way. why do I keep emphasizing standardization? The closest thing to standardization is formal education. It's not whatever people are doing now. Like, there's no standardization. You can't make comparative analysis. One is unable to make comparative analyses if none of the things stay the same conditionally, right? So it's kind of ironic, but it's also poetic at the same time. So individuals who do use statistics like this in order to make reductive generalizations between their performance and other performances are also those people who hate formal schooling, who hate or dislike or indifferent. It's their prerogative, right? It is your right to dislike those things. But the idea is that everyone has to operate on a standard, and you didn't like the standards that was placed in formal education. So you cannot measure yourself against other people without being in a standard environment. And even then, formal education is criticized often about spuriousness, right? As in, oh, school worked for you, school didn't work for him, for her. Or school worked a little bit better for this person, but a little less for this person. It's still spurious, despite standardization, right? Kids must go to primary school, middle school, and high school, wherever you are. You know, there's formal education for that. Meanwhile, somehow, that got lost in translation for the very vocal minority who now have access to lots of data online. So you don't have to go to school for information, for data. But you haven't operated in a standardized way. School teaches what standardization is, right? You and your next classmate has to attend this class at a very specific time in which you are both evaluated based on that. But then when you go home, that's not a standardized environment anymore. So that home creates noise in the data of the performances between the kids. It's the reason why I'm highlighting this now is because oftentimes language learning, this type of data in language learning, like apps, apps like Anki and they sell the data like, oh, 95% of people stayed with this course versus formal education, which 20% stay with the course. That is absolutely preposterously ridiculous comparisons when the conditions are not the same, right? That's like, hey, you're gonna take a cow and compare it with a pig when it comes to weight loss consuming sugar. Like, well, the cow is, there's so many things different from the cow and the pig. Like, well, yeah, it is. It doesn't stop marketers, in my opinion, grain of salt, it doesn't stop marketers from saying, oh, all these factors are negligible. So if we ignore all these variables and compounds that would affect our readouts, it's basically better than going to school. Or school is, the reverse is still true as well. School is better or worse than self-study. We don't know that. The environments are not standardized, right? So you neither can confirm nor deny if these statistics can suggest that. Now, what you can do is you take the statistics within a group. So HanziHero, like Kevin, he could data mine all their users, try to take a survey of all their users' other activities and see if there's a proportional or a negligible correlation with spuriousness in what other people do while using their app. And that will get you a much more controlled, sort of trying to normalize the data to the actual stats. So all that said, when I say 1,207 characters, What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to explain what I did. Because if you're getting closer to what I do each day, then more and more this statistic will be informative to you. So did you decide to do 130 reviews every single day? Did you do 20 lessons every single day? And did you do it with WaniKani first most of the days? And I also forgot some metrics. So it's once a day. It's always once a day. HanziHero's designed where when you go down to 0, 0, right? When you have 0 lessons and 0 reviews, it stops. You like, it literally says you have no reviews, wait till tomorrow, right? And it's a 24-hour period. So I only study once a day, and it's roughly, I forgot the time, like I forgot to mention the time. It's usually less than 2 hours, but it's approximately 2 hours. Approximately 2 hours. And that's minus all the yapping. You'll notice that some of the sessions can be like 8 hours long. It's because I spend 6 hours talking to other people. And it can be like related to language learning. It typically gets related back to language learning, or sharing like hobbies and stuff that deals with exchanging culture and languages most of the time, catching up with people. So yes, it's still very long days, and those long days will introduce fatigue, what have you. And WaniKani, the reason why I had to mention WaniKani's workload is because on any given day, the workload is different. Technically, WaniKani has a very huge impact on my abilities, since unlike WaniKani, HanziHero is usually second. So HanziHero, it goes from WaniKani to HanziHero, and that can impact my performance. When there was a few occasional days where HanziHero was first, the time is much lower and I'm much sharper. What I can say is there's also, the facts are, this is the first thing I do, first academic, we'll just say first like intellectual thing I do every single day. So it's not doom scroll. It's not like thinking deeply about something else. This is the first. WaniKani, HanziHero at the minimum is the first thing I do that's long, strenuous, and requires my active attention. So it is going to be very different if you decide that, oh, I'm going to maybe expect exactly these results, if you decided to do these practices after you played video games for 6 hours. It's very important that the more details I'm able to provide and record will be able to better inform the person. Not simply saying 1,207 characters, like, oh, okay, well, that's a lot of characters. Like, neat. You can do way more than this. You never know. Like saying, oh, okay, well, this guy just yaps a lot. So if I don't yap, then on average, I will have more characters per time. It's like, that would be accurate. That would be a semi-accurate projection. But you wouldn't know that if you didn't stay long enough to know what I do during the days. So when a product gives you a table and says, oh, learn 3,000 kanji, like for WaniKani, learn over 2,000 kanji in 1 year. It's like, what does that mean? Well, when you sign up thinking that you're going to learn 2,000 kanji in 1 year, I like to tell you that statistically among WaniKani users, that is the most efficient scenario, not the average scenario. And HanziHero hasn't been around long enough to have such a data mine of results. HanziHero can tell you how many kanji there are, and at whatever your pace is, you're going to get all of them if you stick to it, right? And I don't remember what the official number is right now. The goal is like 4,000 for Kevin, right? Something around 4,000, but I don't think it's quite 4,000 yet. Actually, maybe I can somehow find this quickly. Oh wait, I do know it. I can just add these up. So the total amount is 3,869. There are 3,869 kanji. So that will not, that for this moment, if you've completed everything, or like if you've seen every character, is 3,869. That will not change. It's factual for now. Tomorrow it might be different. He might add one kanji to this, or not kanji, but hanzi for this. So that's kind of why stats and whatnot, it's good enough. Here you go. All right, so the next big thing that I want to go over is the process. All right, what do I do each and every day as of the most recent iteration? So there have been some changes from 100 to 200. I'm not going to go over what has changed pre 100, which is what I did for Wanikani, but whatever the finalized, right? So this is the kind of like finalized current. I know that sounds oxymoronic, but they do mean something. So actually, maybe we'll just use the word current. So this is our current process. I didn't go over how lessons work in the Wanikani thing. I glossed over it, but I'll do the same here. Let's focus on the reviews. So this is our current process reviews. That makes up the bulk of the time. So the first thing typically is I look for the hanzi. So we use we strap in. Should I do it the other way? No. So first thing I would hit is intuition. So hanzi intuition. So we'll just call it int. Right. You look at the character, right? And the character always comes first. It's already ordered. So we talked about this, but it's always hanzi first. You get hit with the hanzi outside, and this is outside the components. The components are less than this, so we won't go over the components. I'll stick it in somewhere. So I look at intuition. I just type it, right? Just type it. And if it's good, then it will lead to the read first. Now for the read, that input is always read first. There's only one read for these. Okay. And the one read requires some explanation. But for now, if it works, the one read, good. We move on and we would get the translation. And I'm going to write the interpretation because I no longer do translation. Most of the time, I do interpretation, which is roughly what the word means. Now, how is this different from just typing the primary meaning? Is because if my interpretation is close gets added immediately. So that's what I do now. And we're still going on an intuition line, right? Intuition still pulling through, and then we just move on. That's it. That's the like it stops at there, right? Now, what happens when intuition fails, right? If it fails at the read, then we use our model. So our model would be that if it fails, so how do I illustrate this? If it so if it fails, we go to a second line. What we would do is we would take the components. Again, the components is the radicals, the components, and then we would fetch the mnemonic. But the mnemonic is specifically in English. So the English mnemonic. And the English mnemonic is using what I would call the HanziHero approach. This is the bulk of the HanziHero approach. You take the components and you form the initial, final, and tone from the components. So the initial is going to be a noun. The final is a location. And the tone is a position. So these components are keywords. Components will be the keywords that allow you to find the noun, location, and position in which these keywords are happening. So components are keywords. So with any four of these, any combination of four of these, you will then go back. I would then go back and test the read, right? And then if the read happens, then the interpretation goes off, right? Now, what happens when the read fails the interpretation? Which this happens incredibly rarely. The reason why is the read is attached to the meaning. So like one of the processes, you can go straight to the read, but technically this goes further. It goes and incorporates the interpretation. It's actually the trend. It's more like the primary meaning. So not all the time I'm going to hit the primary meaning, but generally if I hit the primary meaning, then you go into the read. You go into the read already knowing the interpretation. It's very seldom that. So I would highlight that this part, we'll put some dotted lines instead. This part, if I suddenly just speed into this, it would mean there's a possibility that I would drop the interpretation. And this happens when I have failed to understand the interpretation. And what happens is I need to troubleshoot. So what is the troubleshooting? I have to look for alternative meaning. Usually not necessarily alternative. The first process would be, one, look for a extended meaning. And what does that mean by extended? You have to look for additional steps. For example, if son is what you're thinking, right? But you're thinking, but the step is actually older son. It's not a real example, but you have to extend it. So the interpretation failed because it's usually more nuanced or specific, right? And if that doesn't work, right? So then you go back and you feed it back into interpretation. If it doesn't work, you bounce back out and look for alternative meaning. This is when a character, because you're looking at characters, Hanzi, you can have something that means like bad in one situation, and then it can end up being good in a different situation. Not literally, but the idea is the characters can be flexible. So you need to also be able to know alternative meanings. And usually if I go through these process, both of these will immediately get added to the interpretation. And that's what I'm doing. This solves almost most of it. But most of it is this process, right? Every single time, every review, I prioritize doing the path of least resistance right now. So the most efficient path. This is probably the one time I'm gonna say I do the least amount of steps. Right? We're focused on the less steps equals good. So this is in a way to manage time, right? So if I get it straight on the first time, gut feeling, read, interpretation, I move on. I don't think about it anymore. It's gone. Like I actually say that a lot to myself in my head, like move on, it's the next item. So for the ones that I get stuck on, we increase the complexity of how we troubleshoot the stuff, right? At some point, yeah, you can argue, okay, these things, what is the point of these things if ultimately you're going to forget them anyways? I'm recording them. So this stuff is being recorded actively. And is that stuff useful? It's up to you to decide. For me, it's telling me, it's helping me actualize what are the problems and what are the things I can do to alleviate it. The actual details, like, oh, this isn't son, it's older son, it might not be important to remember that anymore. The act of doing this is important to me. This is record keeping. So this is practice. You're practicing record keeping. You're learning to be active. When you get something wrong and you just say, "Oh, now I know the right answer," that's passive. You're not gonna, like, the next time it happens. Yeah, don't be surprised that it's just gonna happen the same way again, and again, and again. It's to the point where, like, oh, you could even form a rationale for saying, yeah, that's fine. Like, I don't care about this anymore, right? So it practice record keeping. It allows you to be active, and it builds problem solving skills. Or it provides data, observations. How do you know how to fix something or improve upon something if you're not recording it? Are you seriously thinking that, like, No, like, it's your prerogative, of course. If you trust yourself to remember the details that you already have trouble remembering in the first place, and you think that making a mistake because you forgot something and then you don't write it down or record it, that the next time you'll most likely remember it really well, is up to you. For me, if I already forgot something and my first thought is, oh, I'll remember it next time, that's not true unless you actually observe yourself doing it. Now, I'm not saying you can't. I do make these exceptions, but it's due to the nature that I understand when I actually forget something, or I simply have a random block on this, because I know that I got this 30 out of 29 out of 30 times. That's important. And HanziHero actually does have a chart of this to some extent. What they do is they tell you the time and your learning streak, like how many times you got it consecutive, so you can actually track this stuff even without having to write it. HanziHero does that. I think Wanikani shows something like that too. It's more Wanikani has a readout like Guru and stuff because things get downgraded. So does HanziHero, but there is a chart as well that shows you the progression over time, because looking at the end, your current state does not reveal what happened during it, right? When I hear this quite a bit about Wanikani, it's practically a meme in Wanikani where you're about to burn something and the next day you forgot it and it's back to Guru it goes. As in, when it's mastered or when it's about to be burned, you get it wrong, then you get it wrong again, and again it goes all the way back to the beginning. So your review would be like, oh, okay, so this one sucks, but you don't know how it sucks. You don't know why it sucks. Have you recorded what you were thinking? Do you place in very active places in which you can evaluate where did it go wrong? Like, how did it go wrong? You can still rely on your intuition, for sure. I am not an extraordinary individual, so I write things down. I can't remember, oh, I keep thinking it's son before older son. I keep thinking it this way. I have to write it down something. Like, I have to break some of the steps down so I can have an active recording. And that, to me, helps me know if it's my intuition that's failing, or it's just one of those days, maybe, and I can excuse myself. Relying on intuition to excuse yourself, to do less and do more, is like suggesting that you go to the gym and you just feel out how much progress and performance you have, yet it's there for you to be able to record the stuff. Now, there are dangers about over recording, right? That's what happens with the whole by the numbers thing. One of the symptoms of over recording things is that you get really and that deals with another area of discipline where your resolution might be skewed. Like, what's the difference between learning one word over every day for a year versus 10 words escalating one additional word every single day? One has the feeling of progressive overload. Like, what happens is you're doing more every single day and it feels good. So your pace is being brought up to alleviate some of the total. And how do I illustrate that very quickly? So say if you learn 10 words a day, right? But tomorrow, when you learn 10 words, it's actually 10 words out of the 20 words you know. Then tomorrow is 10 words, but it's 10 words out of 30. So your actual margin for progress, your delta, decreases over time. Your progress may seem like the rate is decreasing because your overall total is going up. in workouts, that's also very similar. You can get into a danger of thinking that the delta over time is going to stay the same. The delta actually decreases over time. This is called diminished return. Or a lot of people call it plateauing a lot of times, because plateauing means either there's not enough resolution to understand the gains, or your form of metric does not measure other upkeep or other changes. And there's always a chance that plateau can also mean a decrease in performance or maintenance, right? That stuff can happen. I'm not gonna focus on that stuff anymore. That's just a little side note. Anyways, so we're doing this routine right now. It's going pretty well. Now we have other things to add to this routine. I'm basically simplifying the initial, final, and tone. That was the focus of the first 100 days. I will come back to this a little bit about some of the little highlights about using this type of approach. For now, I would say 80 to 90% of all my reviews use this same loop cycle. Now, in the beginning, there's also another additional thing now. When I look at Hanzi, right? Feeding into this is also kanji. So that means that I also use my int in kanji, but that would add a new step. So it's a step before it. So if kanji enters the picture first, then I would still have to convert it to Hanzi on intuition. And what also can happen is there's an interaction between the components and kanji itself because of wanikani. So a lot of times I do use both at the same time. Most of the time. This part is maybe potentially controversial, but this is how I upkeep both of them. So they go back and forth. So this whole initial step deals with kanji. So running parallel with this is wanikani. Wanikani is kanji. Whenever there's something that is looping on top, I don't know, let's say hito, right? Hito, ren, they run both these loops. So kanji, the wanikani and Hanzi does the same thing. Now it's more about just the components, because there's no initial, final, and tone for this. It's being carried along at each point. So to better illustrate this, kanji is reliant on wanikani, right? Wanikani and intuition, and it can enter at any stage from the outside. So at any of these stages, I will overlap with wanikani whenever it suits me, and it's largely set to intuition. So if somehow I see ren but I see hito, that's fine. It's actually encouraged, but it's relying on intuition. I'm not actively saying, okay, I see this Hanzi, what is the kanji for this? I see this read, what is the read for this in Japanese? What is the meaning for this in Japanese? It's not like that. At first, it was kind of like that, but now it's not, because from day 100 to 200 in Wanikani, and from day 100 to 200 in HanziHero, the first pass I'm always doing is the intuition pass. When something fails really, really hard, so this is assuming we get the stuff, right? But there is a failure. So both of these lines could end up failing. right? So what happens when there's a failure? Like we're just stuck. What typically happens is first I take a lot of guesses, right? There will be a lot of guesses. A lot of guesses. What this would do is it would push the thing to the end. It would push the item to the end. In Wanikani, I can literally click on a button because of scripting. I can click on a button and push it to the end. But HanziHero does not have that appropriateness. I don't know if I want to script something for it. It could be a fun little feature added to HanziHero. I'm not sure if that's already suggested. I like to believe it is already suggested, Kevin. And Kevin already confirmed that it's still an active. There's a lot of things on the stack to do for HanziHero. So maybe this will be one of the features. But it just shoves the thing to the end. So what happens is I'm going through this cycle, whether it's the read or the interpretation, and I'm going to it and I'm just failing it. Just continuously guessing until the item reaches the end. Eventually it'll get to the end, right? And at any point in this guess, I enter consolidation. So this is where I did the thing where consolidation is based on a tier system. This is what I did for Wanikani, and I also do it for this. So the tier system is graded on precision. So how much of the detail, how much related detail, which is quote unquote context, do I know? And they're ranked by, so one being good and then going down, right? So the first one is, we'll say most of the details. So that would mean hiccup. I usually refer to it as a hiccup. It's one of those, there's a block, like a mind block. I use like block, hiccup. So today it just didn't fly. And usually that means that I knew the context around it. I knew the information around the item, but not the item itself. So that could mean, like, I look at this character, okay, all the components make sense. I see the mnemonic. I got an interpretation down, and it sounds like this, but it's not all there. Right? And it's a very specific thing that prevents me from doing it, but on any other day, it's fine, right? That's a hiccup, that's a block, right? And what I ended up doing is then I would look at the answer. So this is, consolidation is when I look at the answer, which is not the same as Wanikani, because Wanikani has some other TLCs that actually make it even less likely. I do eventually do as well. So I look at the answer, like the card and all its information. And with all the context I know, I want to see what's missing on the card, right? And how can I do it differently or whatnot, right? So hiccup. Then we have your like 50-50, your 50-50, which is sometimes there's a interference. So interference is like something that's similar, right? Something that's similar. and that can happen. Like homophones, homonyms happen a lot. So based on the information I have, that means I have like 50% context. And what that means is it's rough. There's some information that's left out. That means that I can't distinguish whether it's tone, is tone or tone, because I don't remember something about the information that helps me get the tone. Or like shi or bi. Shi or bi. The reason why shi and bi can be mixed up is Shrek and Bigfoot are two different types of mythical creatures that are big. Bigfoot, it has like characterizations of like an archaic man, right? A little bit wilder man. Shrek is an ogre. Or like Dumbledore and Gandalf, Link and Legolas. They're both elves. They're likely wearing green sometimes. They both use bows. So those are the things that do 50-50. And we'll get into like the reason why this is important is because if I know that is the case, I can do something about it. Like if there's a 50-50 mnemonic and I take into all the account of all the things, where's the hang up? Why am I getting Legolas instead of Link in this mnemonic, even though I want Legolas? Because it can be the difference between le and le, right? Or no, le, right? Le and le both occur in the same location. It's the final is so it's an electricity plant. But Link is it's li, or it's actually saying li, but le, right? So that can mean the world of difference. So that's a 50-50 interference. It can be anywhere where there's similarities, and it's going to happen because of homonyms. Homonyms happen a lot, and then the limitations of simplified English. We don't typically, HanziHero and myself, I intentionally do not choose complicated English. So like I don't have the level of nuance for Chinese to say, oh, this is recapitulate, not concede, or this is yield and not submission. Like I don't have that level, so there's also a limitation of vocabulary moving forward, and that can create interference. Like is this fix or repair? Is that unite, come together, form, organize, create, establish? All those words are going to line up. That's why I rely more on interpretation for now than translation. Because in the future, what happens is you learn the nuances. In order to alleviate interference, you create nuance in the context. Now, in this case, I'm not creating context for the native Chinese. I'm creating context for retention of the starting points of the word or the character. Will they be useful in the future? Maybe. Would they create a crutch for the future? Possibly. Who knows? What happens is that I can resolve them as separate things. So when they are separate things and can be separated, adding on a definition or adding more to it becomes, in my opinion, easier. So if you know A through F and something is only A through G in difference, right? Like there's only one difference between them. One goes to F, one goes to G. But if you add one thing And these things end up being different. Like you add 1 to F and 2 to F, it enhances the difference. It doesn't create like a crutch because, oh no, now they're, and then if they're the same, you still have the nuance in place. That creates a forward scaling, in my opinion, often a forward scaling thing that is useful. And that's so that's number 2, right? Number 2. And then rarely does this happen, but it does happen every once in a while. And that is when I say I'm drawing a blank. And blank, it's at minimum. What happens when I get a blank? I only literally see things. So that's like looking at a Hanzi, and all I see is the components. I don't see anything else. No meta layer, no context. It's, oh, that's a spoon, and that's a liter. That's the minimum. Like when I know blank would insist like there's absolutely nothing. Your mind is a blank. That's to me that's highly improbable. It's almost that's like being brain dead, right? I don't think that's the case for most people. So the very minimum is I only see what I literally see. There's no concept, no complex thing. I see like, okay, that's a lid, and that's father. I have no idea. There's just nothing else. Nothing else is coming to me. I can't even connect the ideas or anything. That's a blank. And I would say this happens like less than 1% of the time. And what do I do with these? These are the ones where I would write out. This is where it leads to my new thing that I'm trying to, I need to figure out a workflow to do. And that is to use constructive mnemonics. I haven't decided how I'm going to go about doing this. In Wanikani, what I'm doing is I'm taking, because Wanikani to me have a weakness, what I'm doing is I'm taking what they provide that's not being connected. So I'm taking all the reads and then using them to connect all of the stuff, as opposed to connecting parts of the stuff, right? And that gives me constructive. I'm constructively doing something. This increases the activity of like my own contribution. So I am in charge of adding more relationships to the mnemonic. The best thing I can do right now, we have several avenues, which is going to lead us to the future stuff that I can do. So one routine that I've been considering is during this. So this is the constructive mnemonics, right? What I have been trying to do is first, I could recontextualize. And I kind of do this on the fly now as well for lessons, but we'll talk about lessons in a bit. Recontextualize. So I would take the noun, which is the initial, and I would impart my own understanding of the character to it. So I would recontextualize. So like, does Link do this, but Legolas does not? Right? If remember that a blank means that all of these failed. And a lot of times I would look at ways to differentiate, provide more nuance. So I would recontextualize the noun. Alternatively, this is basically addressing the HanziHero's three prongs: the noun, and then the location, right? The location, which is the final, and that I use adjectives, greater consistent adjectives for the stuff. There's already some in there, like the bathroom tiles, the like the cellar having wine, or the immaculate. The cellar having wine is something I was using, but like the cellar having empty milk cans in the barn. The English manor has an immaculate front lawn. The electricity plant has open wires in the bathroom. Maybe fuel and raw resources in the basement of the electricity plant. Things that I've normalized to be more consistent for the location. Location meaning like the final is a little loose, or the initial is a little loose, and so on. So, and the tone is also something. The tone is less of a thing because now the tone is attached to listening skills, but the tone is usually the position, and there's less to work with there, largely because you have the living room basement, outside, the bathroom, and the roof. And a lot of the activities that you have, those positions may not distinguish. So very much lesser is the position. Like sometimes the bathroom is a very excellent position, right? And I actually use bathroom up here, but position, the bathroom is a good one. The basement, sometimes I try to make it as dingy as possible, but they're very auxiliary to the location. Now, the other thing that I can reconstruct is that I can use the components if all else fails, which I haven't really done. I haven't had to do this, is to use the components in reuse the components in the meanings. Now this is really applying to vocabulary. I rarely have to do this in the Hanzi because Hanzi is characterized by these things first, but this is usually dealing with vocab, meanings of the vocabulary. And oftentimes what happens is it's already assumed that you remember the characters because HanziHero is character first, not vocab first. So you remember the characters, and then the characters form the relationship. So for example, 做人, that's work, 做 or to do, right? 做 and then 人 are people. So if people are doing things, they're workers, or related to staff or employee. Those are like a lot of those interpretations, right? And you have to know 做 and 人 to do that. However, sometimes, remember, sometimes there's similarities, there's also blanks, and then you can have extended meaning and alternative meaning that gets lost in translation or gets lost. And that's when I can take the components, the little components of all of the two things, and mix them together. So this is the components of more than one character. More than one character together. Now, you might be thinking, okay, but isn't that a lot of work for the characters being together? It's like, well, it's very similar to when you see a sentence over and over again and certain words are always grouped with other words. Like in English, I or a pronoun is grouped a lot of times with in like a verb or like an action, like I, or a helping verb, for example, I am, he is, she is, they are, those things. This is similar in the character collecting. At some point, it will make you be aware that certain characters all commonly show up with other characters, and I will go into some of the anecdotes of these, because despite you thinking that creating an unnatural process of association, it becomes intuitive that those characters, that things become associated with each other. The more you associate and separate, like specifically creating more resolution, the more likely that you'll be able to intuit it too. Like for example, nowadays when I see a new character, my first thought is, this character is like this character. It probably shows up in a verb. Or I mean, it probably shows up together. And it does. Right? I don't know. What's a good example? Like Renming. Probably Renming is probably something because it deals with two aspects of people. Let's see. Guo. Guo probably links up with nei, right? Guo nei. And maybe even guo wai. Because of position, there's inside something and outside something. So all these things do create togetherness. So if you invest and double down in the components that show up together, you can still get something that'll help you reinforce that. And knowing that those pairings also give you intuition or how the characters are paired up. Now this is specifically kind of more for Chinese, right? I'm mentioning this because this is something that's unique. Like for me, it resolves the difference between Wanikani's approach and HanziHero's approach, and it might be because HanziHero is approaching Chinese and Wanikani is approaching Japanese. I already mentioned another detail, which the one read thing, which I'll go over in a bit. But this is currently what I'm working on. So the blue stuff is currently what I'm working on. I'm working on streamlining it. So basically on the fly, if I foresee that this will be a problem because I'm working on it, I'll do it right away. I'll go in and ask myself immediately. I'm forming intuition like, hey, yeah, this is gonna be a problem. Let's go and change this up, and we're good to go, right? So over time, less and less time will be spent going over it. Now, have to keep in mind, and I've mentioned this time and time again during Wanikani, this seems like a lot of things, but we're focusing on the least steps to get a sufficient answer, right? The least number of steps. The idea is as more and more effort is being placed, I'm actually doing it less and less frequently. As in, if I ever get to this blue part, this is a really problematic thing that it's happening. So I don't want it to happen ever again. So the more effort you place into it, the more likely you'll remember it. And you won't have that problem again. You are less likely to have that problem again. And over time, what happens is you can bounce. You can skip steps because eventually it gets into intuition, right? The application is there. Now, do I remember every single one of my adjustments and like every single one of my error stuff? No, I don't really. The idea is this process will be forever for the rest of my life. If you don't solve problems like this, That's your prerogative. When I play video games and I solve the science problems, right? Like observational problems, other people's problems, behavioral problems, um, all of these things, if you take the context out, the syntax, or like the information, the process is still the same. I break it down to an understanding way that's sufficient for me to get a reliable precision, not accuracy, but accuracy is nice if it gets both. And usually accuracy goes up when I can control my precision, right? What happens is if I know I can consistently hit like maybe 10 centimeters to the right of this target, that means I have the ability to adjust the 10 centimeters to hit the target. What's a possible adjustment? Move the target 10 centimeters to the right. If that doesn't work, that means I understand. So, like for example, if I shoot an arrow, right? If I shoot an arrow and I'm constantly a little to the right of the target, you could say, oh, there are lots of ways to fix this. Just shoot. You could say, just shoot 10 centimeters to the left, forehead. Like, so what are you changing when you're trying to shoot 10 centimeters to the left, right? Do you know it? I would agree with you if I knew that I could be consistent at changing my current routine to hit this spot. Alternatively, if you have even more information, you could move the target 10 centimeters to the right, and then you shoot the same spot, right? There are so many ways to solve this problem. The idea is, did you actively pay attention to what is it that is the problem? Now, some people would say, well, you could invest in shooting anywhere and then invest in this. It's like, yeah, but there are trade-offs for that. That means you have to learn how to shoot everywhere intentionally and then be good at all of that, and hoping that when you go time to practice this, then you would be able to do it. And that is a possibility, right? Like one of the interesting things that I often talk about is I talk about bowling. Most people would, when they learn a new skill, especially language learning, I think this is akin to language learning. The first thing I feel a lot of people do who do not problem solve or critically think about the things they do is they often start with a blank slate. So if you're talking about bowling, what you do is you collect all the information and then you set up the ideal situation. And that ideal situation imparts like a 90% learning curve. Like I don't know how to say percent, but a huge learning curve, right? As opposed to first understanding what you already do naturally. So for example, pick up a bowling ball and try to roll it. And then ask yourself, is it reproducible? And now these both will lead to success. One has a humongous learning curve and one has a gradual learning curve dealing with optimization and iteration. This one is a sink or swim. And it also means that you have no basis for understanding what works and what doesn't work yet. You know what works and what doesn't work for someone else, and you're hoping that it applies to you, right? And the interesting thing here is, in a game like sports, right? Like bowling, the most reproducible thing is the thing you do most naturally. We're not talking about native here. We're talking about naturally. Like your arm swings a certain way, your shoulder swings a certain way. So you can keep this part static and adjust your position. That's kind of like moving the target, but you're moving your body. So you're trying to create the least number of steps to create precision. And that precision allows you to adjust or making adjustments in order to create accuracy. I'm not saying this is like the goated way of doing things. It's another way to do it. And that's how I'm using language learning. That's how I'm evaluating, not necessarily evaluating tools. It's how I'm using language learning tools. I use what it does. I spend the first 100 days and fully commit it. So it's both. The answer is both. So I do a little bit of both. I commit to what HanziHero does until I can get the precision. And with that precision, I can reevaluate and adjust, right? Adjust and then iterate. And all the while, the basis of my precision is it started with 3 steps. Well, there's just 3 steps. The whole time is just 3 steps. And all this other stuff is due to the consequence of not being precise. But the thing is, everything that's slightly less precise takes up a fraction of my time. So how do I get to 98% or 98.01% and then in another 100 days 98.03%? Precision and iteration for accuracy. So all of this is a lot, but it rarely occurs. So I often tell myself, when was the last time I troubleshoot things or problem solve or optimize? It's been a while. And then I go and do it actively. So at the end of every 100 days, I try to integrate or implement more things. And all the other things they're purely optional. Now, you don't need to remember all of these things, like the actual things you do. The process of doing that is for life. You get to get used to looking at things from a different angle. Like, how do you get a rocket ship full of people into outer space? You could think, well, we just build a rocket like everyone else. Like, well, yes, but once you do that, what do you do? Like, do you stick to it? Do you iterate? Do you come from it at another angle? That's problem solving, critical thinking skills. So if you're there saying, oh, I'm only as good as the tool I'm using, then it's not for you. Whatever I'm saying now, it's definitely not for you. You can definitely get through life by, using other people's work to achieve a means, and that's perfectly all right. And there are things that I do just that. I don't make video games, despite making commentary on game theory all the time. I don't write books, despite writing a lot that is sufficient for books, right? I definitely do not keep track of all my appointments. I have a smartphone for that. So there are other things. You don't have to do this all the time. But for language learning, it's a really fun thing to do. It's one of the reasons why, in my opinion, one of the big reasons why academics, like teachers and educational programs, still suggest having people be interested in language learning. Because in my opinion, tasks like these should, in quotes, should encourage some of this that I spend hours and hours just constantly droning about. I think this is the most interesting thing about learning something. I know, like, I'm not saying learning Chinese and learning Japanese and other cultures isn't interesting. Being a thinker in general is supersedes culture, in my opinion. Like, culture exists because humans exist, and humans, in my opinion, do this. I like to think they find this rewarding. When you solve a problem or you finally achieve a new thing through the combination of your thinking and problem solving skills, it's incredibly rewarding. There's cheaper rewards you can have, like knowing an answer, but what about figuring out an answer, right? Yes, you can use an auto translator if you want, and in fact there's a lot of technology that provides instant translation, a lot of times almost instantaneous translation, provided both the users have the equipment to use it. That's perfectly fine. But what about doing it? Like, what about talking to the person and having that level of depth in your language? It might feel really great. To me, I'm empathetic, just so you know. Like, that fluency is not the goat here for me. Learning is the goat, not fluency. So the end process, that stuff, come what may, it's great to be able to express that. But I have technology too. I can leverage technology. If I only have partial understanding, I will use technology in that case. Then I will use that technology, understand what it does for me, and then I can learn from using that technology, not have it compensate for what I'm learning. So, and you get to choose what you want to learn as you go. Do you want to learn how your keyboard works? Do you want to learn how to make a PC or build your own PC? Do you want to learn how to solder? Or it's your prerogative. And that is the most beautiful thing of being human, in my opinion. So all this stuff, if you don't think it's important, go find what's important to you and then go do it. Because in my opinion, if you learn how to solve and do critical thinking, it often leads to that feeling of, yeah, I don't know a lot of things, but I can make it work. And I think a lot of the things today make it so that you don't have to do any work for it. And that can create a bit of friction when you have to solve a problem that there isn't an answer to outside of yourself and maybe people immediately next to you. And that's why I usually talk about things of that nature, things that encourage people to problem solve themselves. Like, how do you get up in the morning and be a little happier? That's very tough. The most someone else outside of you can do is be able to listen and implement and integrate the things you're able to say to that person. But what if you're unable to communicate that? It's not that different from not knowing a language. You know, like starting to learn a language. What if you don't know how to communicate to that other person? Like, there's quite a lot of this is a hot take. Someone comes up, it's like, well, don't you want to be fluent? What happens if you don't? What happens if you go to Japan and people think you sound unnatural? Well, there are a lot of ways to work around that or work for that reason. Like, if I don't sound unnatural, there are ways to work around that. There's also nonverbal communication, there's context, there's a lot of methods to work around an inability to communicate natively to language. How do you expect foreigners to interact with other people? I mean, you could literally bring a translator with you if you wanted, like, or you can make friends with someone who is bilingual, who may not even sound native in the target language. There are so many ways you can go about this, and it will create more problem solving and critical thinking opportunities. What is my, for example, I'll give you this one. When someone constantly, I mean constantly, asks me, have I spoke to a native speaker or consumed native content? And I'm like, well, yes, I have. It's like, well, did you understand them? It's like, well, no, I understand some of it. It's like, well, see, that's your problem. You should keep doing that. Like, but I have other ways to enjoy this. I don't have to do that right now. Like, well, then you'll never become fluent. And it's like, so be it. That at least I will be able to treat other people like human beings who may or may not be fluent in the language. You could definitely make one really awesome native Japanese person and invest all your native Chinese person, etc. All your efforts into that. It'll make you happy. Meanwhile, I don't mind working on the skills that allow me to work and talk to hundreds of people who like to know more than one language. That is one of the things that are an oversight. Problem solving and critical thinking skills help you decide more than just the factors that you're projecting onto other people. And hear me out, this might be a sobering thought. I think Zhao represented a lot of that, and I that was my suspicion all along. If you think going to Japan, for example, not China, but in Japan, if you think Japan is filled with people who do exactly what you're doing, you're projecting about knowing different languages, and they're always conditioned to interact with people who are bilingual, that is the very sobering thought is a large majority, I would say probably a large majority of Japanese people don't even speak English well. So, having the condition of saying that you expect normative behavior to be reciprocated, it can become a place of hyperfocus that leads you down a road that would disappoint you or make you even more unaccepting or intolerable. Like, for example, when you go talk to someone, how often statistically are you expecting that person to be interested in exchanging language with you? Right? And what are the possibilities? I think for me personally, I embrace the idea that there are more language learners who probably speak English than trying to go out of my way to find that one native speaker who doesn't care about another language. Like, I'm more likely going to take my chances of learning and sounding like I have an accent with other people who are more likely going to be around and be understanding of me than trying to change someone or use someone for the purpose of getting what you want. That is being myopic and also a bit narcissistic and arrogant and egotistical, ethnocentric even. So for myself, that's not going to work for me, but it can work for other people. Like, go to Japan, parade around like you suddenly turn Japanese by living in Japan. That is your prerogative. I don't plan on doing that. So before we answer that question about what is more important to you, you got to also determine what is more important. And that brings us back to all of this. This is what's important to me, right? Using the best tool that money can buy with someone who like chants that into your head, that's not what I'm looking for. I don't find that interesting. So if someone comes up and they keep telling me like, oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread, and and all they constantly say is reiterating the results of the tool, you don't interest me. Like, that's being really, really direct. If you can explain why using that tool is interesting to you, like the ups and downs and pros and cons, then we can connect as people. And then we have that common interest. So the next time I check to meet another native speaker, right? For example, a Japanese person or a Chinese person, I would also like to keep in mind the sobering thought that are they interested also in speaking another language? And yes, there are services for that where you can engage in language exchange and whatnot, but generally language exchange situations do not apply to the individuals who keep dreaming up ideal situations where, oh yeah, I'm gonna learn everything from this native speaker because this native speaker is here to be conveniently my source of practicing. Like, well, first you have to be friends. It'd be very difficult for a native speaker to be invested in you if you're not, one, paying for them, so they're obligated, right? Or they happen to be one of those people who are available at your time and they happen to be your friend, right? So I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I am far more willing to exchange information, ideas, and stuff when I know that other person is also interested. So, yes, a native speaker might lose some of its aptitude if they speak more than one language. It requires maintenance. It's even rarer than finding a native speaker who has the time of day to help you on a one-way exchange. I like to treat other human beings like other human beings. So, it's more likely focusing on problem-solving skills and looking at what you need and what you may or may not get, and looking for those things in others can help go a long way to understanding other people and yourself. Like, if I can explain what it is like to have a hiccup or a block, and then a 50-50 interference to myself, what are the chances other people have this problem or not have this problem? Probably very likely. Unless you're like in the 99th percentile of logic and brain and talent. Well, I'm not one of those people, and I'm not friends with any of those people. The odds of me being friends with a super intelligent person who has the social capacity to interact with me is nearly non-existent. They are in a different sphere alone. So for myself, all this stuff is important because the moment someone shares an interest in language learning, I won't have to tell them what they have to do. I will be able to see what they can do right now and start there. I think the word we just learned recently today was ease, right? To ease in things. And all this stuff, that's what's important to me. Like this little detail about construction, nouns, and finding points of failure, talking about the little components. This stuff I keep in my back pocket. Will you need to use all this information? Absolutely not. I don't think there are people out there who the first thing they want to start about is listen to someone drone for 4 or 5 hours about the nuances of something that they haven't done yet. The irony here is the ones that are most critical and almost unintentionally toxic are the ones who spent more time knowing how to do something than actually doing it. And what makes them very obvious is that they talk about problems like they never had them. And they talk about solutions like they've never done them. And they talk about conclusions and presumptions as though they have zero experience. For example, someone asking me, have I spoke to a native speaker yet? Have you streamed language learning before? What are the odds that a native speaker is interested in talking to you if you're learning their language? You might be thinking, well, isn't that like, shouldn't that be normal? It's like, no. You think that, you think about the statistics of how many people like to learn a language, like learn a secondary language, especially for entertainment and pleasure. And then you somehow think that someone who spends a lot of time streaming would... I still answer these questions. The idea is this involves a lot of critical thinking, right? But when we sit back and look at some of these things, you can smile about it, you can talk about it. And I don't, again, it doesn't bother me when someone says, oh, like, did you get a chance to use your Japanese? And I'm like, yeah, I use it every day. Like, no, but did you get a chance to really use your Japanese, like with a real person? Like, aren't you a real person right now? And we're talking about Japanese, but use Japanese in a real way, in a real person, in a natural environment. Like, this is my natural environment. Like, no, my natural environment. It's like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. And what is your natural environment? Oh, like visiting Japan. It's like, dude, I'm not moving to Japan or going to Japan anytime soon. So the answer is no. Like, oh, okay, well, bye. I'm like, okay, well, that's the interaction, I guess. That's kind of how the internet works right now with the most vocal people. And when I ask them, oh, so what are you doing? They don't even say anything. Like, they can't even express it. Which shows the level of communication, right? It's one of those, tell me that you haven't spoken to anyone in a long time without telling me you haven't spoken to anyone in a long time. And that's probably someone who is more likely to ask another person who spends a lot of time talking to other people if they have spoken to people using a target language. Like, well, anytime you talk to someone, you can bring up the language. Like, dude, like, what do you suspect that someone who's multilingual would do? They would talk to likely other people who are multilingual. I think that would be a lot more accurate, or you might be more inclined to be correct or interested if you understand what is more likely to happen than what is not. Of course, you can always shoot the answer. It's not the answer you wanted, and you can just leave, you can leave and go find someone else. So you try it and try it again. It's one thing that I've loved in the last couple of days, like the last thing with language learning, is that all the things that people like to do that encourage them to learn another language. It's not the most like detailed oriented thing dealing with the learning process, but it gets me closer to understanding why they like learning the language, right? Why do you, and this is where it gets a little dicey. People would say, well, all the kids who learn Japanese these days, all they really want to do is learn Japanese so they can read anime and manga and not speak to real people and real Japanese people and not really understand real Japanese culture. And my thought is, since when is there lesser and more superior Japanese culture? I think Japanese people are aware of Japanese things. Like, since when did people have to make it so that you have to compartmentalize what is more important or more valuable about someone? Like, your friend, do you only like a portion of your friend's things? I only like my friend when he's playing Fortnite versus I have a friend and for better or for worse, it's the whole package, right? So in critical thinking and problem solving skills, that's usually where that skill shines. If you understand and continue to improve on all the possible ways, or entertain yourself and try to challenge yourself to think about different ways, then it's less and less surprising that you can appreciate that there are more and more ways to make things work. Not the best way, not the most, the best way is the fewest way. Go around and do everything the best way means you have the fewest ways to do things. That's usually the case because it wouldn't be the best otherwise. So if you go around telling me, oh, hey, why did you choose to do the hardest language? Like, this isn't the hardest language. I'm learning it. Have you thought about that in a moment? The hardest languages are the languages I decided not to learn because they don't interest me. There wasn't anyone who suggested it or I invested effort into, right? So that's the nature of how people solve problems these days and how people think about what's important to them. It's like, oh, here's one. Maybe this one's a little bit more relatable. Like, oh, I don't have money to do this. When I think about something that I don't have money for, my first thought is, how do I get that money? Like, why is it that I don't have money for that? And that's where I would go about, because for me, I don't see the end part as a thing that stops me. It's more like not knowing why and how that's happening. So going back to this is a bit of a digression, but I want to know, why is it that this isn't working for me? Can I make it work? What are my problems? What are the natures of my problem? How can I resolve it despite it having diminished return? Because I got to the diminished return by doing this. So you got to start somewhere, right? Yes, you start in the big picture daily. Like, you get all your gains in the beginning, right? Okay, 60, 70%, you're knocking it out of the park. Okay, now you're hitting your stride. At some point, you're going to get to like 98% and 99%. And you're wondering, oh, is it worth it anymore? Like, well, it says it's worth it as long as you think it's worth it. You could be like a dilettante. Personally, I am quite a dilettante. I aim for 80 percentile most of the time. I make a few exceptions. Learning is not 80th percentile. But for other skills I have, yeah, I'm slightly above average, and then I stop. I maintain those skills, but I don't aim for more. Like running, I'm 80th percentile in running. As in my age, the average stuff, I'm slightly above average. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to go and refine it anymore. Fluency, if I can go to Japan and use that Japanese and manage to have a wonderful time, despite awkward encounters or using English, that's sufficient. I think that's more representative. I think that already puts me in 80th percentile. Or like foreigners, right? Good enough. Good enough. For learning though, this here, at least in my opinion, my humble opinion, I'm gonna sound a little arrogant here, for sure. I don't usually say this, but I think my passion for learning puts me far above like 95th percentile. So this is my passion. So a grain of salt. You don't have to do this. If you don't like learning and you don't care about solving problems, you don't like actively being analytical while also trying to get yourself to intuit things, not for you. It could be laborious. It's too long. But that's what I'm doing right now. Do I have anything else to add to this? Oh, I can say some of the fruits of my labor, right? Speaking of fruits of my labor, what was that for fruits of my labor? Minoru? We just got Minoru. Things to bear fruit, I think. Let's see. There are a few fun little things here. So far, I'm gonna do this, right? I don't think there's anything else that's part of the HanziHero life cycle, like a routine. I think lessons are very similar. So lessons now, when it comes to lessons, let's quickly go over lessons. It's often you present, in fact, it has a summary page. So it has a summary page. Basically, I look at the character. So how lessons work is they have the character at the top, right? I go through my review, routine, my review process. Then I look at the card information. And oftentimes it starts with a summary, which has all the components and whatnot. Then, I read the mnemonics, which deals with the location, noun, and position. And then I immediately go into construction. And that's the stuff. That's what I'm doing for lessons. Once I go to construction, then there's examples at the end. And nowadays, I just read one of the sentences to see if I can understand it. So I basically just read the example. If it clicks in my head, I look at the translation, we move on, right? So the new stuff is to keep on making the constructive mnemonics faster. Like, if I don't like this, recontextualize it as quickly as possible. It's slow at first, obviously. At the moment, we're getting used to it. So, more often during my lessons, I'm like, maybe we'll change this up. Okay, we're gonna change this part up. And it can be a little restrictive, right? HanziHero's system is incredibly ingrained already. And to me, I think the more restrictive it is, the more creative I'm going to have to get. Now, it's creative based on my own input. So if my output, so if I'm outputting the idea, it doesn't matter how obscure it is. It will still be less obscure than the thing that's already triggering my constructive creativity. So that is a time well invested, in my opinion, because most of the time, 99% of the time, whatever is there already works. I've already spent more than like a 300 to 400 hours practicing how to do this foundationally. Now all this other extra stuff is how we transform the information, right? So lessons are pretty well. In fact, I think HanziHero works really well in general. For someone who is open-minded to doing things wholesale and then iterating on it. So I found that I resonate far more with HanziHero than I do with Wanikani. Wanikani, because of the nature of initial, finals, and tones and whatnot. It has built in the building blocks for the construction of your mnemonics. So while it doesn't encourage you directly to create your own mnemonics, it demonstrates how your mnemonics can be done in a specific way. And the reason why it's encouraging to me is something that I want to highlight here. Let's highlight in a different color. And that is Mind Palace. This is something I think Wanikani, I need to jerry-rig around Wanikani. Now, what is this thing about a Mind Palace? Oftentimes, Mind Palaces deal with associating context with visualize objects. Or visualize like objects. Well, we'll just say objects. These objects can be a noun, location, and position. Whether these nouns, locations, or positions are related to the context is irrelevant in a Mind Palace. So if you think of a vase that's on top of a desk, if the vase is Mario and a vase is always on top of a desk, which Mario is always in the bathroom, right? When it comes to Ma, then that's how the order works. So what was great about HanziHero, or what I liked, resonated with HanziHero's approach, is they normalize the noun, location, and position. And because of that, you utilize a tether of precision with incoming information, with input. So, despite the complexity of the input, the precision helps you like normalize some of the order in which you have to think, right? So it feels like you're kind of doing the same thing, but you're getting more use out of it. So what does Superman mean now? Well, it could mean "suo," right? Which is shrink, right? Or "su," right? Which can mean plastic. It could be su, no, sui, right? Which is mean neglect. And that's just Superman, right? You're still doing the bootstrapping, the noun and things, but now you can visualize certain things. And also you can visualize it in a way that they're not relevant to things or relevant to things, like literally relevant. So to me, that's a fun little mental exercise. One of the comments for HanziHero was, "Oh, is it just me or none of these mnemonics make sense?" Right? And the thought is, what do you mean by it doesn't make sense? It's like, why would there be a tree in the bathroom? Like, well, that's gonna suck when you realize that there are gonna be a lot of trees in bathrooms. So you can choose to change it, which is constructive, right? Constructive mnemonics. You can change the aspect of the tree being in the bathroom. Now, one thing you would have to consider is like, okay, so if I change the tree and the bathroom, how much of that is going to change everything else, right? So a simple answer to give you the telltale signs that someone is not a critical thinker is that it's easy to change the one exception and then immediately find out later that one exception makes the other exception difficult, right? Like, okay, so we're gonna remove the let's say, oh, I don't usually have bathroom mirrors in my bathroom. Or let's just say there's usually not a lot of mirrors in the basement of houses that I'm in. So, okay, we just won't use mirrors in the basement. And then and then immediately there's a mirror in the basement that makes sense. And then you're like, wait a minute. Okay, well, let's just remember the exception to the exception. Now we have mirrors in the basement, except in this one case. And now you've come to the idea, like, that's what happens when you do things. You realize that things may be emergent. And to me, we have to keep in mind that people who make language, like learn languages, teach languages, that they're natural languages too. So whenever someone tries to make sense of everything, what can be very possible is a mind palace approach, or an abstraction, right? Mind palaces deal with abstraction. And it's gotten to the point where HanziHero has captured this in a nutshell, coincidentally, to the point where Shrek doesn't even have to stand for SH. I could ascribe like Wonder Woman to sh, and it will be fine. Mind Palace. If Wonder Woman reminds you that the initial sh, you can do it. One of the things that make the Mind Palace very consistent, in my opinion, is the other like emergent properties, the order of things, the way they appear, what you're grouping them with. So in this case, HanziHero produced a regular framework that, yes, for those who are uninitiated, can take a lot of time, right? It's putting down foundations, right? Foundations, that takes a lot of time. And those who don't have foundations, in my opinion, or foundational things in like Mind Palace and order and abstraction stuff, how do you give yourself away when you think foundational stuff is a waste of time because it never occurs anywhere else, right? Like, for example, if you think associating a noun with a location and a position abstractly doesn't occur anywhere else in logic, it's a useless skill, because when are you ever gonna else think about Shrek, the relationship with Shrek, a basement, and the electricity plant? It's like, well, Shrek, electricity plant, and basement is not what you're practicing, in my opinion. You're practicing how to form associations through abstraction. So it could be anything. You could have Shrek be anyone. The thing that Kevin decided to choose is he chose names that can elicit closer responses to the pinyin, right? Shrek, SH. It's certainly not always sh most of the time, but it's close enough, right? And those things are useful, but also not necessary if you're used to a Mind Palace approach. A vase doesn't look like a face, but it's a face to me. What do I think about when I see a vase with a face? Who does this look like? Well, that's a face. It's actually from a FromSoft game. It's the Pot Guys. Well, there's a vase, there's a big pot where the face is supposed to be, right? So that's abstraction. Now, I understand that a lot of people keep saying this is what I get a lot. They say, "Oh, I'm not creative enough to do this. I'm not abstract enough." Like, I think a lot of times abstraction deals with how out of the box it is. But if you're imagining a pen to represent a pen, that is still an abstraction in some ways. Like, if you're imagining a pen, but somehow the pen has an eraser on it because it's pretty much close enough to a pencil, that's still an abstraction. I think creativity often comes with complexity, is what I feel is commonly misunderstood. I think Mind Palace situations deal with a lot of times Occam's razor, where you're imagining the least amount of steps, but you're associating things in a manner in which it is potentially easier to remember for yourself. So if constantly thinking noun, location, then position gets you to initial, final, and tone, that process can be used for many things. Now I actually do for Wanikani, right? How do I do this for Wanikani? I actually do on special rule then kun. On special rule kun all the time for reads. And maybe I'll demonstrate that sometime in Wanikani. But what happens is if you keep something regular and you can structure something that's irregular to it, it can help with retention. Because remembering the regular thing can lead you to remember the irregular. At least in my opinion. And it creates scalability. One thing outside the Mind Palace, like for example, what's a consequence? What's a consequence of doing this? So far, I think there are a few things that I wanted to highlight about using HanziHero that I quite enjoy discovering. You have stories. So you have mnemonic groups. So instead of now saying something like, I'll give an example. What can we do? We can do my notoriously a proliferative character. Like for example, a mnemonic group would be Kermit the Frog, Hermit, and electricity plant. You could, in your mind, I did actually saw a YouTube short about this, which is the same like the same Chinese multilingual Chinese content creator where he makes the memes of like, oh, you know, Chinese is easy. You could have ke, 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 and then tell you like all these things. But instead, now I can tell you that if I think of Kermit the Frog, right, and very specifically Kermit the Frog in the electricity plant, the bathroom of the electricity plant, I can tell you that there's ke for guess, ke for moment or carve, and Ke for to overcome. All three of these deal with Kermit the Frog in the electricity plant. Sometimes Kermit the Frog is invited to the electricity plant's bathroom because a foreman wanted to show him how guests are treated, right? And they usually bring a dollhouse. Kermit the Frog occasionally does carvings, right? What does he carve with his knife? He runs to the bathroom during his off hours to carve a wooden bull, right? A pig of some sort. And then there was this one time when Kermit the Frog went to the bathroom of the electricity plant and found his brother he rescued his brother affixed to a cross. Glad that they overcome that ordeal. This is 3 Ks, and these are mnemonic groups. Now, it's probably more efficient to be like, oh, I could do a YouTube short about K, just K alone, right? All 3 of these are K, right? You can talk about homophones and homonyms and what was the other one? But homonyms in general, and people would be like, oh, okay, so what are the Ks? So how do you get the 3 Ks? These are the 3 Ks that I need to know right now. There's actually a 4th K, and I think it's also overcome. But since we have a mind palace situation, and in addition that we have this mind palace thing going on, the mnemonic groups now exist because they're homophones, right? So like what's another one recently? Jing, right? Jing is another mnemonic group, and this deals with Jimmy. Jimmy in the English manner, and bathroom. So the question is, do you know the 2 Jings? There's one for boundary, right? And boundary is, or actually works too. So there's, how do I do Jing? Oh no, I've got mirror. Hold. Hold up. I think those are supposed to be legs. Yeah, it's an alarm and legs, right? So this is Jing. So there are 3 Jings. We have Jing, which is actually, and then we have Jing, which is boundary, and then we have Jing, which is mirror. So which one's which, right? So these are mnemonic groups is what I'm calling them, and you might have a better appreciation for the mnemonic groups if you understand that Jimmy Neutron in the English manner in the bathroom do all these things. The boundary thing is basically he put the mirror down and it created a boundary, right? On the other hand, he was checking if the mirror in the bathroom was actually a mirror. And the actual mirror is made of metal, a special metal that Jimmy Neutron has discovered by examining the mirror. So all three of these are now Jing, right? That's how you cycle through them. So any layer of interference becomes layers of nuance between them. So yes, I don't know how often you use Jing for boundary and Jing for actually when it comes to the sentence. But I can most definitely tell you that because of these mnemonic groups, it helps you with writing, imagining the different components, and also associating all of them despite them being very different, right? A mirror is not very close to actually, which is not very close to boundary. And yet they can be associated by Jing, which Jing means that it has to be Jimmy Neutron, English manner, and bathroom. Mind Palace. So now Jimmy Neutron, English manner, bathroom encompasses these three meanings and those three characters. So is Kermit the Frog with K. And that goes with Jie. I have like a few winners like He, Jie. He and Jie are mnemonically grouped in a different manner. It's grouped by meaning, not the sound. So when He is placed together with certain things along with Jie, all of them are tied together because now they're all associated by meaning as opposed to what they sound like. Like He and Jie stay the same, but the words that they are grouped together have similar meanings. And that's very similar to attaching a position or a noun and associating with something, because we do have to keep in mind that language is still abstraction, right? It's not like well, there are some linguistic interests where people are saying, oh, why is mama always mama in a lot of languages, but then there are exceptions. The idea is when you're describing like a cup, the word itself is an abstraction, like saying cup. So practicing these types of strategies of association with things, you've been doing it for probably most of your life. And people who play video games do it intuitively all the time. They don't typically analyze or actively push the limits of what they can do, right? Yesterday I was playing P5X, and I was there was this little puzzle game, like a little puzzle mode that they added. And one of the last puzzles required 7 moves. Instead of thinking of it as one thing, or like instead of thinking of it as 7 things, I thought of it as one thing. And that's what Mind Palace is. Instead of thinking about 7 separate, like for example, when someone gives you directions, you're thinking, if someone says turn left, turn right, turn left, go down 1 space, turn right, go up 1 space, then turn right and turn right again. After that, do you think of it as one thing, or do you think of it as 4 or 5 separate things? It's really up to you. What I did was I visualized a map and I basically drew the arrow. The thing I did was this. So it's really up to you. It's one of those things. You might not think you're, of course, there's aphantasia and people making excuses and what have you, being introverted and all that stuff. That's fair. I will respect whatever things that prevent you from making decisions. What I want to say is this stuff doesn't necessarily, they're not unattainable by people. It comes with practice. And you can exercise these practices in many different ways. And I absolutely loved doing this in HanziHero. I think this is one of the most highlighted versions. I think somewhere along the line, Kevin and I can kind of imagine what kind of person Kevin is, but through his design. This is what I do most of the time. It was surprisingly refreshing. Now, there are downsides to this for myself that might not seem like downsides for other people. But to kind of like sort of wrap this up a little bit, there's not much to do as well. Like after the initial acquisition of the structure of their mnemonic device, there's a lot less I can add to it because I already do this. Not specifically exactly the same way, but it didn't take long for me to adopt it and then be able to spin it and manage it my own way, in a modified manner. So that also leads to less things that I'm creative about. Like Wanikani, I have a lot to say about Wanikani because that is something I don't do very often. In HanziHero, you can see like I only have one thing that I want to iron out, and I don't foresee a really big problem after that. I love the mnemonic groups. I think the mnemonic groups is something that I would expect to have been created on my own. So like when you create a mind palace and you associate things, you're looking for patterns, right? You're looking for patterns. So at some point I would have picked a noun, location, and position to remind me of things that constantly recur. So naturally ka would end up being shuffled into the same grouping. So you look at groupings because when you're looking at 14 different things, and if you group them into one thing, it becomes one thing. The moment you get that one thing, it might be good enough before you have to think about the 14 things, right? The quicker, the faster you are at thinking about categorization and behavior, the quicker you get to the details. I think, to me, here's a little bit of a hot take. People are using generalizations in order to avoid knowing details, not the other way around. I genuinely think the way why generalizations and stereotypes exist is to make things efficient in order to get to the details quicker. That's not the case anymore, in my opinion, in normal socialization. You use the generalizations in order to stop thinking about the details. And that's kind of where I don't meet eye to eye with most people. Like, this is the best app. Tell me the details. Like, no, I don't have to. This is the best app. So therefore, I don't have to tell you the details anymore. Or like, oh, I'm doing the way I prefer to learn. Tell me the details. It's like, I don't have to tell you the details. It's the way I prefer. It's like, well, if you can't explain the details, then you can't explain your generalization. In my opinion, right? Personally. Not that it will impact that person's health or emotional status. I hope it doesn't. Generally speaking, when I impact someone's emotional state is when they project their frustrations onto me. Like, when you do that and I challenge your frustrations, then it gets a little personal, and then the person either like just dips out and say, well, I don't want to listen to you, avoid, or you come double down and say, well, I know right. It's like, well, okay, I respect that you think you're right, and that's all I can do for you, right? When someone says, oh, you shouldn't do this because when I did it, I had this problem, and you're probably gonna have this problem too. It's like, I guess we'll find out. But thank you for, making me aware of it. If you make me aware of it, does it mean that using the product or using whatever that thing is with the awareness of that will lead to the inevitability of that happening? I would like to say, for someone who believes that is going to happen is someone who doesn't solve their own problems. They don't critically think about what they do. Because, in my opinion, someone who consistently solve problems and critically think about what they do, when they get to that point, they would have to resolve it, and it wouldn't be a problem anymore. They don't, in my opinion, you don't see problems as inevitable obstacles that create negativity. You see problems and obstacles as ways to improve yourself. Problems are interesting. It's interesting to understand why they happen. Innovators, people who make apps, not the app users, people who make apps, supply things, they are problem solvers. They're not people who got their ideas from, like, you can iterate on someone's solution, but you're still iterating on it. Passing information is something different. It's a consumption, it's a generalization. So be cognizant of that generalization. If you don't see a use case for something, and you clearly see someone else say they have a use case, do you understand the nature of that use case before you pass judgment on it? That's where I think most people get into that generalization of, oh, don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, I judge books by their cover all the time. I just don't act on the idea that my judgment is always correct. They're two different things. Judging a book by its cover is assuming you're always right. That's the stigma of profiling and pattern recognition and looking at things. But suddenly, that's not a bad thing when you start looking at corollary data and then projecting what it means onto other people. That's the same thing as stereotyping and profiling. When you think you're always right, you look at corollary data, you interpret it, and therefore it's true. That's stereotyping, racism, and discrimination. Now, what you can use the generalizations and categorization pattern is to make your thoughts more efficient. Your decision making more efficient. It leaves the opportunity. It frees up time to be engaged in the details. In my opinion. So all this stuff that I'm talking about, like this mnemonic grouping, the mind palancing, the constructive mnemonics, the loop cycles, they're being normalized so that I can do them efficiently, right? I can do them efficiently, and that allows me to get more details in. So most of my suggestions and loops for myself, not for anyone else, right? This is just my personal anecdote. All the things I do is to help me liberate time, or become more efficient in my decision making, so that I can get more details, not to get less details. And I think language learning is no exception. People want to learn less to get more. And that's efficient. It is. It's purely efficient. That's one way to get efficiency. Use less time, learning less to get more in the end. So if you can do less to get more characters in, you technically learned less, but you learned more appropriate things. That increases efficiency, right? If you're only doing the minimum necessary effort to get to your results, that is efficient. Now, there are other ways to improve efficiency. You can learn more in less time using different processes. But that doesn't mean it could only lead to the one outcome. You could be learning more than one thing at the same amount of time, but that one thing you're doing becomes less efficient for a gain somewhere else, right? So what does that look like? Well, someone who reads every once in a while working on grammar, while working on an SRS. Now, if you measure any one of those things, there's a chance the efficiency will go down, because every time you're reading, you're not working on grammar. You could then, if you learn how to use grammar and read, eventually that grammar and the reading becomes one process. And now when you read, you also think about grammar. That's becoming even more efficient too. Now you're doing more than one thing, but they're seemingly one thing, not two separate things. So the grammar is no longer a different process. It's part of a larger process. And that can create efficiency too, where you get more tasks done in one unit. That's, I think the closest way to say that is like compression, right? And how does this relate to Chinese and Japanese? I feel like when it comes to seeing English, right? English next to Hanzi. Hanzi is an example of compression compared to this. You have reset represented by these strokes. You can view it as 5 separate things, R-E-S-E-T, right? Or you can view it as one character with like, you can probably view this as reset if you want it. Actually, what's a good example of symbolism for reset? Maybe this, right? Just loop back. So, is one better than the other? They all have functions, right? All of these have pros and cons and trade-offs. The question is how many of these things are familiar to you or not familiar to you. And you can literally get more efficient by doing the same thing over and over again. So the question is, are you doing all of it? For me, I'm trying to do all of it. Here, you know, like not necessarily paying attention all the time to, oh, which one's better. It's, oh, I see I can improve here. I see I can improve, you know, I can improve here. I can improve here. Let's try something different here. And when I say I can see an opportunity to improve, doesn't necessarily mean whatever I do will lead to an improvement. The act of doing it creates experience. So when someone comes up to me and say, hey, you know, I have this really oddly specific problem. Do you happen to have this oddly specific problem? It's like, do I? Let's exchange some stories. Let's talk about this, because I'm really in it. And it sounds like if you had this oddly experienced problem and you're telling me about it, then we have a common interest that is far deeper than someone who's relying on generalities. Like how they think that becoming fluent in a language somehow makes them more connected to a culture. That's, yes, to some extent. But I think someone who says that, in my opinion, someone who says that very like nonchalantly, might be less connected with the culture than they might think. How do you, in my opinion, how do you illustrate that you're far more into something than someone else? You show it. And I don't mean like words versus actions. When you speak and express the things you are interested in, that also demonstrates how much intellectually invested you are. going around saying this is the best, that's not even close to someone who explains like, hey, so I spent like 3 months doing this. It didn't quite work out for me, but I did discover that this is an interesting thing. So then I pursued that, and then I thought this item might be really good for that. I started doing this, and then I thought back to the first thing, and now I'm kind of doing both of them, but in a different way because I'm more informed now. I have more experience. There's a lot of knowledge going around these days. I have no qualms, like I have no reservations that there are so many people who know so much more than I do. So much more information about pretty much any topic that I can find someone, obviously. Find someone who is far more knowledgeable. But boy, howdy, it's incredibly refreshing when you occasionally bump into the person who speaks from experience. And I think that's something that humans are so good at doing, and that makes when they want to do it, because that is the connection that I don't think even AI can replicate at the moment. I'll leave it up to other people with their generative AI hypotheses and whatnot. But human oversight is incredible. I would sit here and watch someone drone on about their intricacies of their approach on how to solve a problem, because I do this. That's what I did professionally. What do you do in a lab meeting? You do this. This is what a lab meeting looks like. I don't know if people understand what I mean if you're not in a science field, but it's kind of like the office meeting, right? Your progress report. Every month someone cycles their progress report, so they have to do a presentation and they go over all the little things that they encountered. How do you fix this? Well, how do you address this? I observed this, and so on. This is a lab meeting for myself, only for language learning. I am labbing my language learning, so to speak, for the gamers out there. This is my lab. I check, tell myself, and I'm using other people's perspectives to help ground my expectations. Right? I start with the stats, even though I could tell myself all this is not important, in my opinion. Like, it's lesser, right? I can say, oh, it's not important to know how many characters I learned in the last 100 days. Oh, it's not important about HSK because I'm not going to take the exam. It's important to other people. So it's a consideration that I must take into account. But I don't have to take it into account solely like that. I can spin it. I can use it for my purposes, right? The process that I have is how I achieve these numbers. Now, if you don't believe that this process is useful for those numbers and you've achieved better numbers in your process, go out and explain it. Explain it to me, right? Achieve the precision, explain it, and I will adopt some of it, probably. The more the merrier. I can't wait. I didn't grow up being a linguistics person or a language teacher, right? But boy howdy, I wouldn't mind sitting down and talking shop with other language teachers. And I'm not a language teacher, so I would probably do most of my listening. I would go up to someone, maybe if I go to Japan, I will stop by a high school or something and talk about their English curriculum, because I want to know, how does English curriculum translate and run parallels between an English person learning Japanese and a Japanese person learning English, because that would be very interesting to me. And how do they circumvent all these problems? Like, I can't ever explain to someone how to apply this thing real hand from my own experience using English as the model. But I certainly, a lot of this consequence, all of these things, I don't think it's unique to an English person learning Chinese, for example. If we go to China, I'm like, what does this teach me? It actually teach me how I could get my parents to possibly learn some English. Like, I haven't done this in so long. I actually do this back when I was learning. So, in school, over time, I became, with more challenges. I didn't do much in high school and earlier because I wasn't challenged in high school and earlier. I was, despite being 2 years behind when we transferred from like a really low income area to a high income area, I was already behind academically. Catching up was a no-brainer. So that was before the times when I needed to revamp, redo the way I learn, right? How do I solve problems and how do I optimize things? Then entered college when it started getting a little sketch. And then I met my best friends, like lots of my friends for life. And their approach to learning was over like they were improving. They do improvements despite being ahead. I actually was just getting by because I was always ahead. When I was like, it's not a flex because it became a crutch, right? So in reality, it was a crutch because until I reached my first challenge, I didn't engage in any of these things. So most of the stuff I'm talking about now is about when I was about the time when I turned 20. So it's only been like 18 years since I started doing this approach to everything. Video games, anything. I can keep like video games. Whenever I'm thinking about a good game, I'm like, how do I sell this? How do I get more out of this video game? Like, okay, everyone likes this part of the video game, but what about other parts? So I'm constantly thinking about new things to make life more intellectually stimulating. How do you pitch a video game that everyone played, but try to make it different enough that not everyone has heard it? That's story building, right? How do you make yourself sound unique so that people don't feel like they've heard it all before? That kind of thing, that's a endless challenge. And I think this is a really, really fun thing. I can't wait to my next app, which I think Bree is going to be the inspiration for the next app thing. But for now, this is what HanziHero is like. I think I highlighted most things that are ongoing. Largely from day 100 to 200 for both Wanikani and HanziHero. It's largely focusing on how to develop the intuition, so how to optimize, create a fixed routine where if the routine happens, I just skip over everything else. It's not about comprehensiveness anymore, where one of the biggest shifts from the first 100 days to the second 100 days is making steps optional because things take too long. And then only doing those things and pushing myself hard enough to have to do those things every once in a while so that I don't get rusty. So one of the biggest take-home messages, I would say, is despite being able to achieve a good precision and whatnot, when I liberate time, right? I say this every once in a while. When I liberate time, so when time goes down, as in I spend less time doing things, I replace them with more things. with more things. So technically, my time stays the same, but I'm doing more things. I'm more tasks. So all of this, if you're doing like, if you're reading the card and just reading the thing, trying to get to the answer, you're gonna focus on efficiency, the least amount of steps to get to the thing, right? That's what I'm doing right now. When you do that, some things are rarely going to happen, and they're going to be under practice, or they're not going to happen, right? So in order to keep myself vigilant, I continue to try to do more so that those things may or may not happen, but they might happen once in a while. And the reason why I know they're going to happen once in a while is because the trigger for them is how much I can handle. At some point, it's going to be a really good spot. Like and I aim for something. For me, it feels fine to have like 95%-ish between the two. So, Wanikani and then HanziHero, 5% of the time, I'm struggling a bit. And I'm doing two things at once. At some point, I'll learn how to rest. Like this month was a bit of a rest day. And you can choose to not have to do that. I typically do because then I'm solving a problem. I'm optimizing. Occasionally I take rest months, so I don't do anything different. I work on the things I already work on. And that's where I keep fixed amount of times. Every 100 days, I say I will do one or two things. Get them to work, see how they work out. Then I'll tweak them in the next 100 days. So keep things consistent enough, but not consistent to the point where I become complacent and then nothing changes. Because if nothing changed, then that's all you'll get. You'll become more and more efficient at the thing you're doing, but you'll become, in my opinion, one will become more likely more and more passive and indifferent to it. I am going to go on a limb and say when day 300 rolls around, my enthusiasm for talking about these things are not going to go away. In fact, I will probably talk even more about new things that are on the horizon. There is one thing that I really want to do soon rather than later, and it deals with a feature for HanziHero. Now, Wanikani is not being actively developed anymore, in my opinion, in terms of the back-end stuff. So, like feature sets and stuff, that's not even in Wanikani's roadmap. Content is content. More Japanese words, more characters, that's fine, I suppose. Of course, I might sound apathetic. It means the world to other people. I'm not in it for the content. I'm in it for the process. So, I like back-end things because they impact the way you learn and how you have to negotiate. If the content shows up, it would have to be a fundamental change to the content itself, like the structure of content, which Wanikani does not have plans. HanziHero, on the other hand, in the next 100 days, it could change up. There are other features, there are other things, so I'm excited about that. It's very exciting to think that my experience will get either a new challenge or a new convenience. And with conveniences, I want to replace them with more things. If something becomes more convenient to me, I have to use that convenience to get more gains, right? That's how I look at tools. If I have a calendar on my smartphone that organizes things and I no longer need to organize, I'm going to use those calendars to do bigger organizations, right? Like, because the convenience is now I no longer have to organize things. So how do I take advantage of not, like, what is the nature of that organization that I can take advantage of? In HanziHero, I solely, completely take advantage of Kevin's system. In Wanikani, I'm doing that near rhyme thing, right? The near rhyme, then doing the on. I already talked about most of that in the Wanikani situation. So most of my personal anecdotes and my process revolves around the tool itself. In the future, when I move to another system, they might not use any of this, but I might choose to integrate some of it. It's like maybe when I start French, for example, Brie is very insistent, and I really like that. When I use another tool, I might just do something related that is on top of it. Like maybe I'll start right away creating a noun, location, position system for French while doing whatever the other tool does. The mnemonic groups, like the mnemonic groups and antonyms and homophones, homonyms, right? It's off Duolingo. Duolingo does that in spades. That's how Duolingo implicitly teach you things. They use contextual groups all the time. If it sounds the same, you bet they're grouped together. If it's thematically the same, you're probably going to expect them to group together. If the grammar is the same, you're going to do the same grammatical sentence structure over and over again with the thing swapped out, right? That's the cookie cutter approach on how to do things. Like, I have a ball. Well, you're going to have a cat. You're going to have a dog. You're going to have male, right? So, all that other stuff, if that's really boring, make it less boring. I'm not sure how you would go about that. For myself, I'd probably find a way to make it less boring. Like some days, maybe every time I read I have, I'm going to ask myself, okay, well, what's another way to say I have, but not I have? I possess. I carry. I hold. Right? And the thing you literally have on your page is one word. That one word is an object. That object can be associated with many other things. Much like all the cuz, a mirror could just be a reflective glass. Glass could be sand. I'll let you guess why glass suddenly becomes sand, but sand plus heat, I guess, and a slight few other things. But then it leads to like lava and volcanoes. I think that covers most of my sentiments with HanziHero. I think the thing that I really wanted to capitalize on is it's really funny now that something so obscure becomes so automatic. I like doing things that are obscure, that are automatic. And to say I look at Kermit the Frog differently now is an understatement. You can probably name I can probably name all of them, right? And they come in pairs. This is to illustrate vocally. What are the pairs? We've already said Link, Legolas, right? Link, Legolas, SpongeBob, Patrick, right? Dumbledore, Gandalf. And then you can kind of throw in Harry Potter because those are the three, right? We have Superman, Hulk, Bigfoot, and Shrek. Mulan. Uh-oh. What were you, Mulan? We're gonna have to hold on Mulan. Louis and Julius Caesar. And Napoleon. Right? 3. Then we have Luke Skywalker and Professor Xavier. I'll let you figure out what those relationships are. Koopa, Mario, Yoshi, right? Pinocchio, Robin Hood, Pinocchio, Robin Hood, Timmy Turner, and then Timmy Turner, Jimmy Neutron. It keeps going. So there's also like Xena, Zelda, and no, it's just Xena and Zelda. We have Mickey Mouse and Goofy. George Costanza. George Costanza, and who are we? There's another average person. There's like a normie person in there outside George Costanza. And then we have James Bond. Was there another agent? Usually James Bond and Jimmy Neutron kind of grouped up together because of their activities, right? And all those names, just the nouns themselves, already compartmentalize themselves into their mnemonic groups. And then finals, right? Finals, we have electricity plant. Electricity plant has a characterization. Originally, it took a very long time to characterize the electricity plant. In HanziHero, Kevin tries to describe the 5 positions of the electricity plant, but over time you can embellish it yourself. Electricity plant, right? For example, in the middle of the atrium of the electricity plant, you intuit now, like there's probably a energy generator in the middle of the electricity plant. Sometimes it has like anything that deals with generating energy. So like a windmill, a dam, a coal furnace, that's in the middle of the electricity plant. So 2, right? In the roof, you probably think of solar panels, poles like lightning rods and stuff. In the bathroom, loose wires, maybe a lot of unnecessary electric involvement, right? Like automated things like automated toilets and automated sinks. And in the basement, you think of like things that are stored away, lots of damp storage electric equipment, right? And all the locations have these. The English manor, everything's fancy. There might be a chandelier in the living room, an supersized, luxurious double bath in the bathroom with like moon statues and double painted mirrors. And then when you go to the basement, a dingy, stored away, expensive stuff like a vintage, like a statue, which does kind of overlap the pawn shop, but pawn shop deals with secondhand stuff, right? So it's like marble statues in the English manor, while you have vintage statues in the pawn shop. And if all of this thing sounds like, oh, but you're only saying vintage stuff here and there, it's like, but Dien is related to that, and that's Diddy Kong in the basement of the pawn shop making a list of all the inventory, right? So you see Diddy Kong down there scribbling something, and what does Dien looks like? It looks like this, right? And I want to keep in mind that this is a part of getting to the vocabulary that may get to a part of you speaking, and forming sentences and whatnot. It's not exclusive of the part. So, despite my best efforts, there will continue to be people who say something can be skipped over. You don't have to do something in order to get to another thing. And there are things that are a waste of your time. Like, okay, despite all of this, what I would say is if it's a waste of time for you, don't do it, right? It's definitely not your privilege, or it's a privilege for you, whoever I'm speaking to, but it's definitely not true when you see people using a technique that you otherwise think is worthless, right? And despite that, they themselves is able to achieve a result that's partially reflective of your outcome, right? The results don't speak for themselves. That's kind of like an oxymoron. Like, sorry, I just realized how silly that sounds. Lots of times people say, the idiom, the results speak for itself. I think oftentimes it's a euphemism being used. Like, if you can't explain something and you can't see it happen, then that person would say, oh, the result speaks for themselves. It's like, yeah, but it can do so much more than that. You can do so much more than looking at the results. You can look at how the results happen and why the results happen. So oftentimes when someone says something is worthless to someone who's doing it, that immediately should flag that person to say, tell me that you don't understand the process without telling me that you don't understand the process. You could, how it's different is someone would ask the other person, so why do you do this? I find myself not finding that this is very useful. Could you explain to me what is it that make you want to use this? Because clearly it had some sort of value to that person. Saying that whatever that person is doing is worthless is automatically suggesting that there's no reason to be talking to you, nor do you understand or have experience with it, because you wouldn't trivialize it like that, in my opinion. If you have an experience with something and the first words you say is, oh yeah, it's a waste of time, don't bother with it, then my first thought is, some of my first thoughts. One, you wanted to block it out of your memory because it's one of the worst negative. It's something that peeves you. That's fine, right? You can tell the person, I don't like this, it's worthless. One. Two, you have no experience with it. You just think it's worthless. So therefore, when you say it enough times, you don't have to do it. Right? Because you can't see it being worth anything. Right? 2. 3, cognitive dissonance. You don't want to do something that other people are doing because you're different. Those, in my opinion, are like the top 3. You want to be different. You want to know whatever you're doing is correct. 2, you just don't care because you're already doing something that works, right? So everything else is worthless. And then 3, you had such a poor experience with whatever is happening, you can't imagine it working. And you think that you're doing someone else a favor by suggesting that whatever they're doing currently now, they should drop it and then change their whole way of life and thinking in order to cater to the thing that you probably believe works. Right? I don't necessarily think any of those are bad or good. It's very useful to know what kind of person you're talking to and what kind of person you are, right? Currently. I'm not suggesting that people can't change the output of their personalities. There are things that are fundamental to most humans, right? Things that don't change per se, but your output of what you use for them can change. And for me, learning looks like this. But earnestly, it all starts, right? It all starts with this thing here, which everyone does, or at least most people do. At basic minimum, people use their intuitions to find the least number of steps to achieving an outcome that they desire. Now the question is, how big is this circle compared to all the other things that are woven into the importance and understanding of it? If yours is just that circle, that's perfectly fine. Right? Not here to tell you otherwise. I like spending this time telling myself, at least, I did something on top of, I don't know, the 1,207 characters. I did something that I found incredibly refreshing. It's been such a long time since I really put my head in. I still do this for video games. I like theory crafting, talking about the emotional, political, and technological impacts of products, technology, developing tools. I had a really interesting talk with someone who's working on a PhD in I guess I forgot what they're called, but they're vesicles, right? And my first thought is, oh, I have so many questions. And 3 or 4 different applications, and what are they doing right now? I'm not even sure if I was more excited than they were, but generally speaking, that's why learning is awesome. And sharing ideas is awesome. So with that, I'm going to end this segment. I know it wasn't as informative as it could be. I really glossed over the things that I already covered in the first 100 days. I think the large majority of my focus is going to be constructive mnemonics. I think constructive mnemonics is entering the final phase. That's usually the end, like one of the final things that I like to incorporate when it comes to the third period in studying. And I will probably repeat and do a lot of this stuff in the future with a new tool or a new video game. By the numbers, the personal anecdotes, and then the modifications or predictions of the future, right? Or how I'm going to integrate it into the future. So with that segue was basically for my usual take. Everyone is always welcome to come on by, share their particular takes and interests, their process, or their results. I think more often than not, I would say 7 out of 10 times, people tell me what happened, and I generally am the person who asks why and how it happened. Because it tells me a lot about what they're going to do about the things they share. And it's fun and it's incredible to see what people come up with about what they're going to do about it. Or how they're going to do about it, what motivates them. It's the thing that makes humans humans. You can be a robot if you want. Like, oh, this thing produces the 95% success ratio with 2,000 words per minute. It's like, go for it. But before you go for it, may I ask, why did you choose those metrics? And then may I ask, what do those metrics mean to you? Those are the questions I would be asking. So, more than welcome to come on by, share your hot takes. And if your hot take is particularly hot, or you're particularly well cooled the hot take, like you cooled it down with a lot of details, I'm all ears, because I genuinely love benefiting from people's experience, which is part of expertise. Being very knowledgeable is not the same as being an expert. An expert is a combination of wisdom and knowledge. And there is a really, really distinct line between someone who's exceptional in experience in applying the information they have versus someone who simply passes along what someone else says. Like reviewing a game and regurgitating the sentiments of a lot of people without an ounce of personalized experience or take on it. It's kind of like reading an AI generated review, where if you're experienced enough, you'll know that it's a summation averaging effect that gives away objective writing, quote unquote objective writing, when those objective writing are supposed to be informing human beings, right? It doesn't sound like that a lot of times. So when people say they're offering advice, I like to think the advice has something to do with wanting to help the person, right? But providing solely objective advice without understanding the other person, that's not advice. That's fact stating. Like, did you know that these type of people usually learn 3 languages, and yet you live in a country that only learns 1 language? Like, great, gee, thanks for the facts. It's like, may I ask, what are your motivations for saying this? Right? And then the other person could say something like, oh, I'm just trying to compliment you for trying to learn a second language, living in a country that is mostly monolingual. And then I would rebuttal and say, well, yes, there are, when you take the statistical populational average, like the population of the United States, and you average them, yeah, you could make an argument that it feels like most people are monolingual statistically in a population statistics. But then when you ask the person, what does it feel like? I'm always around people who speak more than 1 language. And you might be thinking, wait, but don't your friends only speak English? It's like they speak different English. So, much like learning a language, their languages are also so subtextual that they can speak different languages within the language. Like, do you use words that you don't normally use in certain aspects? You most certainly do, right? So it's like going to a biologist and say, oh yeah, did you know that biology is the study of life? Uh-huh. That's great. That's like everything. Yep. It's like, so what do you do? Do you study life? It's like, yeah, I most certainly do study life. And you don't have to be a biologist for that. That's generalization. Generality is used for convenience. With a lack of interest in nuance. That's, in my opinion, demonstrating... it's likely to demonstrate someone who thinks they know a lot of things, but immediately tells the person, a more experienced person, that they have little to no experience on knowing what the impact of that information is. And to me, low-key, is someone coming to me and saying, I know 2,000 kanji. Like, if I have to be really direct, and then my first inclination is to ask them, okay, so what did you do with that kanji? Like, how did you learn that kanji? Where did you get that kanji? How are you maintaining the kanji? Can you explain a little bit more than saying, I know 2,000 kanji, and therefore I know more than you, and that somehow tells me something about that information. That information has no context, right? If you're learning a language, the first thing you would probably say as an experienced learner is that you learn a vocabulary word and it's out of context, so therefore there's no application of the vocabulary word. That's no different for statistics and metrics.
oh, I'm faster than you. It's like, okay, can you explain how you can even compare me with you? It's like, oh, Duolingo sucks when I used it, so therefore Duolingo has to suck when you use it. Explain to me how that's the case, because with that explanation I can actually use the information you think you know. People say those things when they are inexperienced with collecting data. They're inexperienced with analyzing and critically thinking about data. Right? Like, when was the last time you said, when you saw someone say, oh, this game is horribly optimized? Why didn't they just optimize it really well so that I can play the game the way it should be optimized? That didn't say anything about if they know what optimization is. That's a generality. It's something that they probably said generically over and over again without actually understanding the nuances of optimization. And I am guilty of that too. What am I guilty of that I don't care about enough? The German language, Latin, any language that I don't have an investment in. So because of that, I don't go around and say, oh, you know, Latin is kind of like French because Romance languages. I would say, I would likely, for myself personally, would be more comfortable in saying, you know, I don't know anything about Latin. What I do know is Latin are often associated with Romance languages. So perhaps that might make it possible that you can maybe I can imagine and conceptualize a connection between Latin and French in order to facilitate language learning. And that to me illustrates someone who has more experience in critical thinking and problem solving than someone who doesn't, who predicates on leap of logic, generalization. And I'm going to be honest here. If you need like an app to learn a language, I hope it's a super cool app that does all the thinking for you, because that's probably what you're looking for. You're looking for something that does all the thinking for you. And I really do hope that they exist, because there are things that I want to do that I don't want to think about. Like how to beat allergies, like how to not have seasonal allergy. If there's someone out there that says, I'll pay you $1 million guaranteed that this will remove your allergies and you just don't have to think about it, sign me up. But for language learning, I think it's an incredible big disservice if someone succumbs to another person who thinks they have a lot of interest and experience in a language by stating random stats without explaining what those stats mean to the person, and then passing it off as a benevolent way of helping someone. That is, in my opinion, potentially or maybe even unintentionally deleterious to people who are none the wiser, right? But to an experienced person, you low-key, I still think respectfully, I probably wouldn't say much other than ask and try to determine the extent of your experience. Like someone complaining about what? Someone complaining about what's a good example? Oh, someone complaining about tones, for example, tones in Chinese. They don't complain about tones. They usually think it's very daunting. And the daunting thing about tones that I hear a lot of times in Chinese is they can't make the sound. And my thought was, okay, where's that coming from? So I asked them. I learned why is it, or how is it that people come to the expectation that they have problems with acquiring Chinese tonality. So most of the time in the last 200 days, I thought it was really fun to find how to improvise English sounds and manipulate them to an extent that they're really approachable for people who speak English. Because while it's not formal sounds, like, there's no formally written sounds that have Chinese equivalents or English equivalents, there are sounds that people make in the process of speaking English that comes really close, and you start there. You wouldn't, a person who lives in their own world and don't experiment with things are less likely to say something like that or do something like that. They would prefer, is like, hey, you just got to get good, just learn them. Like, but where do you start? It's like, well, this is what this sounds like, keep working at it until you get it to sound like that. Like, well, there are a lot of examples and ways to approach that, not sounding like an objective butthead, right? Cue the usual thing where someone says, oh, but just wait, if you think this is hard, wait till it becomes hard. Or, oh, you think it's easy now, it's going to get hard later. Like, no, or at least I would try not to make it sound like that. Are you trying to encourage people to learn the language, or are you trying to discourage them? Like, there is a sense of reality, but there's also reality with empathy. Like, yes, there's a lot of kanji and Hanzi to learn in Chinese and Japanese. Let's start with 10. How did the 10 go? Then let's try 20 next time. 30? I'm just starting. Like, 1,207 characters? It's 200 days, man. I got the rest of my lifetime. I can't even imagine. I don't actually know what the critical mass is, but I think there is like 15,000 plus, something like that, of things. So there's no end. And that means no end to the content. Not for HanziHero, but I think Chinese offers a lifetime of content, the language itself, and so does Japanese. And yeah, it's honestly way too narrow-minded to just focus on fluency as a way to motivate yourself to want to learn a language. I'm saying it now, it's really hot take. If fluency, sometimes imagining and constantly having your fingers crossed that you'll become fluent in a language, and that's enough to drive you, all the power to you. I don't have that type of complacency. I don't keep dangling fluency as the only reward for learning a language. This is rewarding as well. You get to learn how to solve problems. You get to figure out all the different ways you can learn a language. You get to talk to a lot of people, share in their misery, share in their triumphs. You don't have to only talk to native people. You can talk to native speakers, sure. You can also talk to all the other people who learn language. You get to play video games, experience things in a different language. You might be able to chat. There are many other ways to want to learn a language that is also including fluency. Application. When you've reached past the foundational phases. I actually do not, I guess this would be more of an official disclaimer. I think I am fairly comfortable in saying that I am intermediate in Japanese and Chinese now. And I still practice all my fundamentals because there are other people who want to learn the language. So, how do I get them interested if I'm intermediate? I spend some time in beginner, right? Like, oh, hey, if you think this is interesting, I know this is a little complicated, and whatever I'm saying in this learning stuff is really complicated, but let's start with step 1. What do you do now? What can you do? Can you describe the things you do for learning anything right now? And then let's go and learn some beginner foundation stuff with the strategies you have. Heck, as a thought experiment, if I have a friend who wants to start learning a language, I want to see how they start learning a language. And let's do it together. They might start really different from me, and then we can compare and contrast, right? That singular experience is one more than the singular experience you keep thinking you are going to have, right? That is one more perspective that you otherwise would not have. So when you're coming to me and you're telling me you're open-minded and you're amenable, the first thing you say by saying you're amenable is that's not the best way to do things. That to me is what screams inexperience versus knowledge. You have the knowledge of something that works really well. You do not have the experience to know that it is not the only thing that works. Genuinely speaking, someone who has experience would say, oh, hey, that's interesting that you're using this approach. I prefer to use this approach. Would you have you considered using this approach and comparing the contrast between, comparing and contrasting between them? I myself have not used your approach because initially I thought it was not as great, so I completely moved to another approach. I would love to hear what it's like for someone who has used that approach for a really long time and then use the approach that I prefer. That could be very informative to me, right? Because that person's interested in experienced feedback, not reading off some stats and not understanding what those stats mean, right? If you're asking me, hey Maku, what do you mean by being consistent in language learning? Hear me out. Give me 30 minutes. I might be able to cram it into 30 minutes to explain what I consider as consistency in language learning, or consistency in learning a concept that is an abstraction of a lot of things. I kind of already described some of it, like Wanikani looks different from HanziHero. Both of them are considered consistency. They're ways to be consistent in that, right? One is your classical consistency, where you do the same volume every day. Is HanziHero a classical version for you? Wanikani is actually close to some of the consistency curves that I have. Running is one of them. I do peak running, faster pace running from in certain days, and then I do rest running, and then speed running, and then back and forth. So it's more like humps, right? HanziHero, we're trying something different, just a flat one, right? You can get averages, and overall both of them have similar volumes, like over a long distance of time. Over a period of 11 days, the volume is relatively similar, in my opinion, despite being two different languages and two different curves, right? That's a great way to talk about it. Sorry, I'm belaboring the point. Anyways, there you have it. I'm not saying that there are definitely dead ends. There are dead ends, for sure. And honestly, if I could wish something, I hope people don't ever experience too many dead ends in their lives. I think that can absolutely destroy the prospect of otherwise hopefully healthy human beings. I think dead ends create self-inflicted trauma that requires a helping hand. As someone who's more empathetic, not objective. I think objectivity falls short when it comes to failures and dead ends, especially life pursuits. Learning a language can be easily turned into a life pursuit that leads to a dead end, that conditions someone to be incredibly cynical, right? Yes, I can acknowledge that. But in the middle, I think at least 80% of the time, humans, in my opinion, are equipped to have the potential to solve things, optimize things, if anything, for themselves. So, yeah, despite being approached by a lot of potentially narcissistic altruism, and those people are successful, I would think, because I like to believe that when they go around demonstrating how good their skills are, it's coming from a place that they would like reward for. So doesn't hurt me emotionally at all. I just happen to not be one of those. So I prefer to be that guy that says, as usual. That's the end of our session today. That's what I wanted to end on in the day 200 tentative takes of HanziHero. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. And I like to end with the simple sentiment, or the usual sentiment that I give. You are more than free to follow along if you're curious. Pick up HanziHero for yourself, or any app in general. Pick up a language, right? Feel free to give them a try. Like whatever I use, usually there's a way to try them out, hopefully. And feel free to stop on by anytime. Share whatever's going on in your life. Maybe it could be language learning related. If not, I will find some way to pigeonhole it. I'm not ashamed of that, because I genuinely think if I can get someone, if someone's in a bad place, if someone is like stagnating, usually I focus on people's negativity, because negativity is in ample supply these days. If I can get them to proactively be interested in language learning or some other topic that they're sharing, I think, in my opinion, it can intuitively inspire someone to be more productive in their life, or see themselves as capable and also slowly participate in more productive things. That goes the same with video games. Video games can be productive or they can be passive, right? Learning a language is the same deal. I think I've become a little bit more clear about the vision of the stuff that I want to share and record. For myself, primarily, but for others, is be interested in yourself by having someone, or surrounding yourself possibly with someone who is interested in things, or vice versa. Becoming interested in something and then actively sharing it with another person, or participating with it, with any form of even parasocial relationship, that can get people going, believing in their potential, right? Not being so stuck with needing to know everything before doing something. And this is going to be a common theme for day 300, right? It's one of the hot topics for me, the hot takes of why, if someone asks me, why Chinese, why Japanese, why learn language in general? It's this. You get interested in learning something. This skill requires a lot of maintenance, lots of troubleshooting. If it's not language learning, it's your diet. If it's not your diet, it's your fitness. If it's not your fitness, it's money making. If it's not money making, it's your job, office, relationship. These things take a very long time. They require self-evaluation, consistent problem solving and critical thinking, optimization, know when there's lost causes and not lost, cutting your losses. All of these things do factor into doing something, and encouraging someone to take something that maybe they don't think is serious enough and then turning it into something that they can invest time into and work towards, and breathe a lot of extra life and intuit other things. Like, if you can learn Japanese, what else can you do? If you can learn Chinese, what else can you do? You can learn how to finance your loans. with a grain of salt, right? I would certainly be here to talk about those things. That's an open invitation. If you want to talk about something at length, I'll try my best, right? I'll most definitely try my best. If there's anything I will do minimally is reciprocate a question. And if that leads to other things, that's awesome. Leave with a temporary 3 months of your life sharing some random public experience, exchanging stories about it for like a brief period, a summer or something. That's great. At least that's what I'm here for. So, outside of Chinese, yes, we can most definitely talk about Chinese language learning, what have you. It will look really different at any time in the next 100 days because we have other things I didn't cover because I don't think I'm going to do them soonish. But one of them is to use LLM models to farm for or to create a dialogue that I will use for these streams in Chinese. And then using the dictionary mode of HanziHero to add to them to reciprocate keywords. Like, how do I say, that's an interesting idea, right? Or, I don't think that's necessarily true. How do I say that in Chinese in a way that, reflects me? So I will pocket learn from LLMs. Whether they're right or wrong, I will admit where I know where I got it from. So I am anticipating and being prepared to know that someone would say, oh, that sounds weird. Maybe you should try doing this. That's what I'm doing. So, right, I do something in order to get feedback, right? Doing feedback, knowing a lot of things, perfectly all right. You can still know things while doing things. There you go. And so until next time, always stay safe, stay healthy, right? Language learn responsibly. And to those who are interested in HanziHero and Chinese, 大家下次见. Like, I'll see you guys next time. As always, thanks for watching. Take care. Bye bye.